South America, from the country of Paraguay, where we use the Guarani language.
Guaraní. Okay.
One more song is there. This is a traditional Mexican song. We made it in our class. We also found to do the music in our class from a book from Maestro Rodolfo Anaya, from the Parolitos. We made our own song about Christmas. Anyway, this is Navidad.
I'd like to call to order the Board of Education meeting for Wednesday, November 7th. They've taken my gavel. I no longer have any control. We have Sergio's here for our introduction for our interpretation. So, Sergio.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. My name is Sergio. I'm your interpreter for English and Spanish. Buenas noches. Soy el intérprete para inglés y español. Si alguien necesita ayuda, if anybody needs the headsets, aquí estoy yo para ayudar. Con todo gusto, a la orden. At your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. I'd also recognize that we have a couple of distinguished guests this evening. I know that current Representative Jim Smith is in the audience, I believe. Jim? Also, the Bernard, I think Mimi Stewart's going to be here a little bit to talk in the spatial area. I don't know if she's here yet, not. So we like to have our legislators here. I think it's important to welcome them. Also, it's important to be collaborative with them. So I just wanted to mention that.
Dr. Piercy, if I may
yes.
say, I think former legislator Mark Boitano.
Oh, yes, and Mark Boitano is here too, and I think Mark's going to help us out a little bit with some of the presentation on the tax levy things. So thank you, Mark, for being here. So with that, I'd like to have the color guard led by John Adams Middle School Leadership Program under the direction of Senior Airman Armstrong. They'll give a pledge of allegiance. Pardon? And also, they'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. You may be seated. I would like to mention that this is the first time that we have had a middle school group actually lead us in the color guard and the Pledge of Allegiance. Well, Pledge of Allegiance they've had before, but certainly the color guard. So thank you. And also, I did fail to mention that we have the Lieutenant Governor of the Acoma Pueblo here, and that is Raymond Concho. And so I'd like to mention that as a thank you, Raymond. If we could have a moment of silence for all of our APS graduates who have served in the military, lost their lives serving our country. Thank you. Thank you. We have a roll call, please.
Peggy Mueller Aragon. Barbara Peterson.
Here.
Candelaria Patterson.
Here.
Elizabeth Armijo.
Here.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Here.
Lorenzo Garcia.
Presente.
Dr. David Piercy.
Here. I'd like to go on to the adoption of the November 7th Board of Education meeting agenda and the approval of the October 17th Board of Education meeting minutes. Do I have an approval? Motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. We'll go on to the record of students, staffs, and community. Board Member Montoya Cordova.
Welcome to tonight's board meeting, and thank you for coming. We would like to recognize the color guard tonight from John Adams Middle School Leadership Program under the instruction of Senior Airman Armstrong. This is the first time a middle school has presented the colors and led the Pledge of Allegiance for a board meeting. Would the instructor and the students please come to the podium and introduce themselves?
My name is Xavier Mares. I am the rifle.
I am Alex Lukesh, and I am also right rifle.
I'm Damien Gutierrez, and I am the New Mexico flag.
My name is Andrea, and I'm the commander for B2.
My name is Senior Airman Armstrong. I am the leadership for John Adams. Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done. You look great. You guys look very professional.
You get to shake hands with all of us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
I know they do. They're so.
Oh,
So prior to the meeting, you were listening to some beautiful voices. I know I was a little teary-eyed up here from from the Voces de Coronado. They were led by Otilio Ruiz. And so we'd like to thank you also for being here with us tonight. So Mr. Ruiz, would your amazing musicians perform one more song for us, please?
Very special. That's about how proud as students we are about our culture, our language, and the land that we have.
I love this song. I love this song. It's so good.
Oh my goodness.
This is a beautiful song. Would you all please come to the podium and introduce yourselves?
I'm really shy.
You're not shy. You've been singing your hearts out.
My name is Isabel Zuniga.
What a pretty name.
My name is Isabella Vallejos.
Oh.
Hola, mi nombre es Emily Chávez.
Hi, my name is Alexis Perez.
Mi nombre es Gabriela.
Hello, my name is Eliana Rivera.
Mi nombre es Elizabeth Rodríguez.
Hi, my name is Mianma Zuniga.
Hi, my name is Mireya Saceda Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Mariana Pedrosa. Hello, my name is Georgia Griebel. Hello, my name is Kimberly Castillo. Hello, my name is Miri Luba. Hello, my name is Mia Villegas.
Hi, my name is Marco Pedrosa.
Hi, my name is Velani. Hi, my name is Zoe Duarte. My name is Citlali Nevares.
Y yo soy el afortunado maestro, the luckiest teacher in the district. Yo soy el señor Ruiz para todos ustedes. Gracias.
Amazing.
So we'll get ourselves all situated.
That'll balance things out. Oh my goodness, that was so wonderful. We have to do that more often. Don't you think?
Okay, I have one more announcement. We have another distinguished guest in the audience. Audrey, I wish I could say this last name. I hope I say it right. Simplicio, as a councilwoman from Pueblo of Zuni. Thank you for being here. Okay.
I gave her the name.
Because he wanted me to say it wrong. That's probably it. I hope I said that right. Good. Okay, great. So our next recognition will be introduced by Troy Hughes, Associate Superintendent of Zone 4.
Good evening, President Piercy, Superintendent Reedy, members of the board. Tonight we have the honor of recognizing an exemplary teacher. Erin Mayer from Janet Kahn School of Integrated Arts has been selected as a state-level finalist for grades K through 6 Teacher of Mathematics by the New Mexico State Selection Committee for the Presidential Awards of Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching Program. The Presidential Award of Excellence of Mathematics and Science Teaching in the highest recognition, that of a kindergarten through 12th grade mathematics or science teacher, may receive for outstanding teaching in the United States. Ms. Mayer was selected as a finalist for the prestigious honor because of her deep content knowledge and her ability to motivate and enable students to be successful. Ms. Erin Mayer, would you please come to the podium? Going off script here a little bit, Ms. Mayer is a great school leader. She is there and involved in multiple facets of the 90-day plans to operations to Harvard to every aspect of the school there, and is a great member and a team member for Janet Kahn. So thank you for all those other aspects that you serve in. Would the principal of Janet Kahn, family and friends of Ms. Mayer, please stand so we can also greet you guys. Thank you very much for your truly outstanding teaching and leadership in mathematics. Let us please show our appreciation for Mrs. Mayer. There you go.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job.
Our next recognition this evening will be introduced by Madeline Cerna Marmols, Assistant Superintendent of Equity, Instruction, and Support.
Tonight, we have the honor of recognizing another extraordinary teacher. Trey Smith, the Forensic Director of East Mountain High School, was named the 2017-2018 New Mexico Educator of the Year by the National Speech and Debate Association. Mr. Smith is the Executive Director of the East Mountain High School Foundation and the Director of the Speech and Debate Program. He received this award for his broad contributions to the field of education outside of his classroom and his significant and ongoing support to others in the field of speech and debate education. Mr. Smith has coached over 70 national qualifiers and dozens of state champions in forensic speech and debate events. Currently, he is working closely with Albuquerque Public Schools as hosts of the 2020 National Speech and Debate Tournament, the world's largest academic competition. Mr. Trey Smith, would you please come to the podium? Would the family and friends of Mr. Smith please stand so that we can greet you? Thank you for all the ways you inspire our students. We really appreciate it. Let's show our appreciation for Mr. Smith. Thank you. No one escapes us. Yes. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Nicely done. How many students in your school? 360.
Thanks so much.
This is square.
All right, our last recognition this evening will be introduced by Superintendent Reedy.
President Piercy, members of the board, what's this nice little crowd? Thank you all for being here. Tonight, we have the honor of recognizing an extraordinary administrator. I'd like to share with you that I knew her when she was a twinkle in her father's eye. I knew her as a baby, as a toddler, as a rebellious teenager, and as an APS administrator. She has never left that rebellious teenager stage. Actually, I didn't know her back then, but I am so proud of her that she's like my own daughter, and I'm just standing here thinking that I knew her all those years ago. Dr. Gabriela Blakey has been given an award by the New Mexico Network of National Board Certified Teachers as an outstanding administrator and educator who has supported the growth and sustenance, I love that word, and sustenance of the network and its mission. Andrea Quintana from the New Mexico Network said about Dr. Blakey, Gabriela has proved support and has provided support and encouragement for all APS teachers through the Completion Network to transform the teaching grant. She attended lead teacher meetings, symposiums, and several school meetings to learn about this important work. And she was doing this while she was supervising over 40 schools at the same time. This is the kind of work that is so meaningful and that our educators like Gabriela know and just can't stay away from. From this success, she has led the way and pushed for district funding to be provided for 30 schools to continue with the Accomplished Teaching Pilot School Program. These schools will work with teacher-led professional development around the National Board 5 core propositions and teacher standards to improve student learning. Her lead with PED, working with the PED turnaround schools, has created 3 accomplished teaching schools with a focus on National Board teaching standards as the model for success in their turnaround proposals. And those MRI schools, as you know, we're very, very attached to. We're very proud of the work that they're doing, and I really see this as a pilot for growing the program. And as you can see, with 30 new schools jumping in like this, we are definitely growing, and we're growing it fast. She continues to advocate for all schools to recognize and propel National Board certified teachers to lead. Her support is changing the way our district views National Board certified teachers and is changing the culture of our profession. We see it every single day. Violeta Jorvedic said, Dr. Blakey has been involved in the work and activities of the New Mexico National Board Certified Teachers Network since she first attended our annual conference in 2017. Think about all she's done in less than a year. Since then, she's been involved in many network activities and events. She was instrumental in establishing the continuity of the network to transform teaching APS pilot program and was able to extend the work to 30 schools who will this year have an opportunity to use Title II funds to create professional development around accomplished teaching. She fully understands and supports the work of the New Mexico NBCT network and clearly sees the benefits of increasing the number of National Board certified teachers in the APS district. One of the things I have to mention is that APS has the highest number of nationally board certified teachers in the nation, and now I think we're probably going to double and triple and quadruple that. Dr. Gabriela Blakey, would you please come to the podium? Don't hide. Would the family and friends of Dr. Blakey please stand so that we can greet you? All right. Okay, Doctor. No, it's not over yet. Dr. Blakey, thank you. This is from the heart. Thank you for all you do to support students, teachers, schools, and above all, your superintendent. You make such a difference in our lives. Thank you.
All right.
Times roll.
All right, so that concludes our recognition. Hey, congratulations again to everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. We're now going to be moving into public forum. Whether you're here with a request for the Board of Education to consider, provide information, or just see how the Board of Education operates, we want you to know that you are welcome. The Board of Education has established rules for expected civil behavior during the meeting and public forum. Upon signing in to speak tonight, you received a signature form and copy of the procedural directive which outline those rules for expected behavior. The presiding officer will enforce these rules as appropriate throughout the meeting. Tonight, there are, whoops, I lost it. There are 19 speakers. Therefore, to accommodate the greatest number of speakers, each speaker has 2 minutes for comments within the 45-minute public forum that we have allotted. The time remaining to speak will appear on the screen in front of you. You may not yield your unused time to another speaker. You are always welcome to submit additional comments to the board in writing if you are unable to convey your message or you are not able to speak within the 45-minute public forum. The Board of Education encourages you to stay for the entirety of the meeting so you may listen to board member comments before we adjourn. Only at this time may your concerns be addressed at the discretion of each board member. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up the first 4 speakers, and if you could just line up at the podium, that would be helpful. So the first one is, oh gosh, something Kane. I would say, okay. Ali Eniga, Julie Hinsman, and Kara something L. Kara Lantot? Okay, thank you. So go ahead, first speaker.
Hey, good evening, members of the board. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Burley Kane. I'm the State Director for Americans for Prosperity. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan that is based here in New Mexico. And on behalf of my 25,000 members, we're here tonight and we'll be here in duration to oppose the idea of this tax increase on the citizens of the city. I'm a lifelong resident of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The tax that you're looking to increase, on average, home in Albuquerque, you're going to increase $455 in tax. And for somebody with their first child, a young family, low income, as many of us know New Mexico has, or a senior on fixed income, that is a very challenging thing for them to come up with that kind of money. And I don't think that this is the most prudent way to do this. After we just saw the tax increase yesterday on the vote that we had in the city, for you guys to come back again to look for more money when we have a lot of ways to get the teachers some increase in pay, if that's really necessary, then we can look at that. But I don't support the idea, we do not support the idea of raising the taxes in this manner. And we will be working diligently to bring information to you guys and to the constituents to work to find a way to solve the problem that you may see that you need to look at, but we're going to work with you guys to find a way to do this otherwise so that we can have a thriving economy, and we also have families who have enough disposable income to put food on the table. And $455 a month is a burden. It's a tough thing for you guys to look at that for every family in a home, and especially for the businesses as well. They're going to pay money, and especially for those persons starting their first company, trying to get their first business off the ground. I would just urge you to look at another way to do this, to not go forward with this tonight. And we will be diligently working to oppose this, and our members, on behalf of all of them, will be working hard to make sure we take a different direction. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Chairman and board members, my name is Ali Eniga. I am the president of New Mexico Education Improvement Project, a nonprofit organization designed to help people understand and improve education here in New Mexico. As I have talked to people about this mill levy tax, I have gotten several a lot of comments about what this would do to their families. I talked with an older woman whose husband just recently passed away, and since 1999, her taxes have steadily increased from $3,000 to $6,000. She's going to have to sell her home and move away because of taxes, and she said, I can't afford for another tax increase to be given. We don't need any more buildings. We have the money in the budget. You guys have a $1.3 billion budget that you can use in a proper way to spend on repairing, maintaining, and fixing the buildings that we already have. We have new buildings that we don't even use. And so the people that I have talked to are very upset about this tax and don't want it. And I just want you to know that we're going to work very, very hard to get the word out about it and to do something about this, because we don't need it here in New Mexico. With all of the bonds that passed yesterday, that's a lot of money that we're going to be increased already. And for you guys to do this in February, it seems like it's being done on the sly because we don't have an election in February any longer. House Bill 98 was passed, and the new election is in November. And we should always make sure that we're doing our bond elections at the time, the appointed time, instead of doing it at a separate time when it doesn't need to be done. We will work very, very hard to oppose this. Thank you.
My name is Julie Hinsman. I'm a parent. I'm here to ask you all, when it comes to the budget decisions for next year, to provide more monies for special education, for training of staff, and hiring of specialists like BCBAs, certified in applied behavioral analysis and dyslexia, as well as oversight of those monies that are generated by the special education students through the state equalization guarantee. I would like to share my story with you to provide a context for my request. My son started with APS at Zia Elementary, whose teachers are amazing, but did not know what services APS has, including assistive technologies, and no dyslexia specialist. When transferring to middle school, the middle school denied our request for a transitional IEP for our D-level son. They were unaware of the IDEA law, as were we. Madison Middle School did not implement Sean's IEP due to staff shortages. His inclusion special ed teacher was permanently pulled out of the inclusion classroom to teach another class, leaving my son without support, leaving the regular ed teachers without support. After many unanswered emails, we finally got 2 meetings, the second with a support principal. However, within 4.5 weeks of that meeting, my son was suspended twice, and we were called to take him home 3 additional times. Our psychiatrist strongly advised us to pull him as he was having suicidal ideation. The principal made his first phone call to me after my son told several people he was going to a different school. There was such glee in his voice. I did not hear, Mrs. Hinsman, I am concerned by what I have heard. Can we meet to discuss things? I'm happy to say that my son is now succeeding academically, emotionally, and socially. He is actually soaring and doing incredibly well in a private special education school, but it is not inclusion. Thank you.
Before we start the clock, I'd like the chairman to know there are 2 number 4s. Doug Brown is behind me. He doesn't want to be left out.
I didn't know how that happened.
I would like to address the appalling conditions of special education here in New Mexico. Julie and I are together in our advocacy for all children within New Mexico, and specifically here in APS. I filed a state complaint after a year of having very much a runaround and requesting a special education evaluation. That special complaint resulted in 5 violations of the IDEA in which APS was cited. It's been nearly a year, and I have not seen the corrections that were supposed to happen. We have a group of parents that we've formed, a group called OPEN, Organizing Parents Educational Network. We all have children that have disabilities. We have sent each and every one of you a personal invite to come to one of our info sessions that are held Thursdays at 6:30. Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for attending, and I'm proud to be in your district. You know, my life has been about music. I have 9 children. We homeschooled until a few years ago. And while I appreciate the beautiful music the children did this evening, please keep in mind that our only avenue of talking to all of you as parents are during these 1 to 2 minutes. It's almost an insult to explain what each parent has gone through in 1 to 2 minutes. In our info sessions, we present our personal stories. And you have 2 handouts from us. One is the systemic issues that we've developed since January, especially here in APS. We encourage you to read those. And on each one is an invite, again, for you to attend one of our meetings with an email address. We understand New Mexico is quite low in ratings, but we expect more for our children with special education needs. Thank you.
Go ahead. I don't have a number
Thanks.
4.
Yeah, I don't know how they handed out 2 number 4s.
I think they did, yeah.
I'm one. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Dr. Piercy, members of the APS School Board, my name is Doug Brown, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment. I wish to speak on the proposed increase in the mill levy for APS and charter schools. I'm very concerned about that proposed increase of nearly 20% in the mill levy, and the reason is this. According to my calculations, APS revenue from property taxes has been increasing considerably over the years. My home's valuation has climbed constantly every year. It goes up. And so in spite of the fact that I haven't done anything to the house, the value goes up, which means the property taxes go up. So my property taxes already go up $100 to $300 a year. When I calculated it in the last 9 years, my property taxes going to APS has gone up by $147, which turns out to be about 32% increase. 32% increase in 9 years. Why isn't that enough? In addition to the fact that everybody's house's value is going up, people continue to move into Albuquerque, build homes, the tax base goes up. So APS is getting a lot of money every year and every decade. Why isn't that sufficient? And it seems to me that that maybe APS should be able to get by with what they have. But the student population, from the statistics I've seen, say that it's been almost constant, grown very slowly in the last few years. So if the student population is not growing much, the taxes are already going up considerably, then why is an additional 19% needed in our property tax mill levy rate? So I think it's going to take a very strong argument to convince me that there's justification for that, and I'd like to hear from you what the justification really is for that large increase. Thank you.
All right, the next 4 speakers, Leland Taylor, Jason Villacourt, Trey Hammond, and Franklin Ghana.
Good evening, the board. My name is Leland Taylor. I'm a board member of the Taxed Enough Already, also known as Tea Party for Albuquerque. We philosophically believe that good management will actually reduce taxes. A little bit over a year ago, one of your board members resigned after being accused of her daughter embezzling $700,000. Now, that is not good management. That should have never happened. APS should have been auditing, should have been monitoring the professionality of its charter schools and its operations. Several of the schools have had similar problems. So based on that type of event, by the way, neither one of them have been prosecuted, and I've been trying to find from the Department of Education Inspector General what the plans are to either recover the money or generate some kind of prosecution on it. It seems to be a cover-up. The other issue is that APS has a declining student count, but they keep spending more money. You build cathedrals of ignorance and spend huge amounts of money doing it with some of the lowest quality product in the United States. So you need to figure out how to get your architects off of those big budget buildings, get down to reality, build buildings that are functional and not edifices to expensive buildings. And that way you don't have to raise the taxes, drive people out of the city, drive them out of their homes, and turn this into a ghost town. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jason Valancourt, and I'm here because I have a few questions. My first question is, why is the solution to every problem in APS more money? My second question is, if more money were the solution, based on what APS spends per student, why isn't APS one of the top 10 performing districts in the country, let alone the state? Lastly, if you were a single father who fought to keep his only son here in New Mexico, here in Albuquerque, and after 1 year at Hoover Middle School and listening to these ladies before me, I can only imagine the horrors that they had, because I experienced them with my son at Hoover Middle School. After 1 year of Hoover Middle School, my son, who I fought tooth and nail to keep here in New Mexico, and to the tune of $15,000, he came to me and said, "Dad, I need to move to Florida. I can't. Hoover Middle School is not going to work." And based on my love for him and my desire for him to succeed, I did the unthinkable and let my son leave. So, would you support paying more taxes for these types of outcomes? It's time for different solutions. And even though APS lost my son, I will fight side by side with those who propose solutions that are fiscally sound and that produce much better results. I'm here to help. I'm not here to just admonish. So you have more and more people that are going to show up to your meetings to help. But we see different solutions than more money every single time. So I appreciate you listening to me, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Hi, my name is Franklin Gauna. I've been a community activist for most of my life, and the state turned blue last night, so congratulations. I think that's a good start. But this more money thing, I was supposed to talk about the governor-elect, because for a very long time I've heard more money, more money, more money. More teachers, more counselors, more psychologists. You're running your youth out of the state. You're running your teachers out of the state. You can't pay them. You're losing them to Houston. Whether it's Republican or Democrat, I don't know if that's going to help anymore. And I was all on for the, the blue and the Democrat, and no Republicans. And sorry, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. Bad. Anyway. But I do think that this new governor will help you. I really, really do. And will give you adequate funding for your education system, which will help teachers, educational assistants, and so forth, so that I can stop telling my best friends that I lose to Florida or lose to drug addiction or any other thing, that they can stay here in New Mexico and be happy with their families, and that everything's going to be okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Excuse me, what is your name?
I'm Trey Hammond.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
My name is Trey Hammond. I'm the pastor of La Mesa Presbyterian Church, and I'm a co-chair of Albuquerque Interfaith, an institution comprised of congregations, schools, and nonprofits. The La Mesa congregation is a next-door neighbor to La Mesa Elementary School, and our church is committed to the importance of public education in general and to the quality of education in our neighborhood in particular. It makes a huge difference in the life of these children, and really the health of our neighborhood is predicated on the well-being of that school. Albuquerque Interfaith has walked in every school bond election since 2004 and believes that the capital master planning process is the most strategic and fair way to bring the resources necessary to create healthy learning environments. Albuquerque Interfaith is currently deliberating a role we will play in the next upcoming bond election. I personally believe that the bond election is necessary and justified, even with the small mill levy increase. Construction costs have escalated every year, and this taxation rate has not been increased since 2006. Consequently, the revenues generated are not meeting the infrastructure needs, and we're falling farther and farther behind. This is not paid by this money that comes to the APS for students. This is a whole different mechanism of funding. I urge the school board to do everything possible for this bond to pass, and to work with community partners who maybe agree and don't agree or understand how this money comes to bear in bringing quality education. I look at the increase in my house, it's just $100. I'll be honest, it's worth the investment in the children in my neighborhood. Thank you very much.
The next four speakers, Erica Sanchez, Robert Beatty, Mark Boitano, or Boitan, Boitan, okay, and Janet Sayers.
Good evening, Chair and board members. My name is Erica Sanchez. I'm with a nonprofit called NMCAN. We partner with young people who are coming out of the foster care system to improve their transitions to adulthood. And we see that the majority of the young people that we work with haven't graduated high school or received their GED. So the data shows that 60% of young people coming out of foster care haven't completed their secondary education by the time they're 19 years old. And then that figure gets worse and worse as they get older. And this is primarily because they're a highly mobile group of students. By no fault of their own, they're removed from their families and then they're placed in multiple foster homes. And these changes often don't happen at the semester breaks. So many times they're not awarded credit for the time and the work that they've put in their previous school, which means that they're not accumulating the credit to ultimately graduate, and they're getting more and more discouraged in pursuing their education. So we need to remove the barriers these students are facing, not create more. And APS needs to address this issue, and we hope that you'll support legislation in the upcoming session to provide partial credits for these highly mobile youth. Thank you.
Dr. Piercy, members of the board, Superintendent Reedy, my name is Robert Beatty, and I've had the opportunity to serve as a community member on the APS Capital Master Plan Committee. Having been through several bond cycles, I've been impressed with the transparency, the presentations, and the facility evaluation process. It's clearly a worst first system of resource allocation. As a leader with Albuquerque Interfaith, we will be watching, right? It's going to be about making sure that the work was promised is the work that's been done. I've learned in this process that construction and material costs, as well as labor costs, have risen significantly, and that without raising additional resources, almost a dozen schools would not receive the upgrades that are long overdue. A safe educational environment with all the necessary technology is such an important aspect of student learning. as well as quality instruction. Our students and teachers deserve the quality facilities, and it's time for the public to step up and support. I encourage you to support. We will be meeting with Albuquerque Interfaith leaders to encourage our institutions to partner with APS in making this bond election a success. I say yes for our children. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the board, hi, my name is Mark Boitano, and I have a real estate business. I'm in sales and property management. I'm the board president of a charter school that's state authorized, and also I served on the LESC and also the Tax Policy and Revenue Stabilization Committee in the State Senate for 16 years. I think most people agree that we need more money for education, but if you do nothing, APS will receive approximately $53 million in new money every year in property taxes due to annual property tax increases and increased residential and commercial construction. Additionally, as you know, the legislature has an unprecedented amount of money this year, $1.2 billion to $1.5 billion, never before. Much of that money is going to be going to education, both operating costs and capital costs. Fact or fiction? New Mexico has some of the lowest property taxes in the country. You'll read that on some websites. Fiction. The reality is a lot of these organizations look at the percentage of property taxes that goes to the state, and in New Mexico, a tiny percentage goes to the state. Fact or fiction? We have a property tax cap that's kept property taxes down. Fiction. The reality is, voters 20 years ago said, we want to limit property taxes, and the legislature said, well, you can increase them up to 3%. Well, most counties don't increase them very much, but in Bernalillo County and in some counties, we've increased property taxes significantly every year. Fact or fiction, we solved the property tax lightning problem. Fiction, we didn't. There was a rollback 6 or 7 years ago, but anybody that buys new construction or whenever a property transfers ownership, they get hit again with property tax lightning. This will add to that problem. So I want to remind you there are automatic annual increases to the mill rate and property valuation. Here's a tax bill, 2017, 2018. You look at your tax bill, it goes up 3%. In Bernalillo County, we're the only county out of 33.
Your time is up, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, could I have another minute or two? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Madam Superintendent. I actually came to talk about Veterans Day, but I'll just real quick throw in. I live in a 30-year-old house near Jackson Middle School. I pay $2,000 a year in property tax, and I think APS gets $200 of it, along with the city, the county, AMAFCA, the UNM hospital, which gets a humongous chunk. But in any event, I will go back and research a little, but I'm ready to fill out my mail ballot and vote yes. So I'm here because this coming Sunday is Veterans Day. It's the 100th anniversary of the end of the Great War in 1918. And the first class of Del Norte High School graduated in June of 1966. A member of that class was a young 17-year-old named Ken Stocky. 2 years later, April of 1968, Ken Stocky was killed in Vietnam. He was a few weeks away from reaching his 19th birthday. He is Del Norte's first veteran killed in war, and Monday we're going to acknowledge him at Del Norte. I've got some speakers coming in to talk to the ROTC classes about the veteran experience and military. But on behalf of my class of 66 and on behalf of remembering Ken Stocky from my class, a young man who didn't make it to his 19th birthday, I just wanted to say thank you to all the veterans who are school teachers, nurses, bus drivers, custodians, librarians, speech therapists, and everything else that it takes for a school, including security. And so thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next four speakers, Raymond J. Concho Jr., First Lieutenant Governor from Acoma, Paul Gessing, Richard Huber, and Michelle Walsh.
Mr. Chairman, school board members, superintendent, staff, parents, students, and all, it's good to see you here. My name is Raymond Concho Jr. I am the First Lieutenant Governor for the Pueblo of Acoma. First and foremost, I want to express our appreciation to the APS leadership for conducting your biannual tribal consultation meetings, where you invite New Mexico tribal leaders to meet with the leadership here to address issues and challenges. But we also were able to receive a performance assessment in terms of how our Native students are performing. The bottom line is that we want to support your efforts in terms of seeking the resources needed to achieve and close that performance gap to the mainstream. Second thing I do want to mention too is in reference to developing a legislative agenda. You may have read and are familiar with the Yazzie versus the State of New Mexico lawsuit, as well as the Martinez versus the State of New Mexico. We need to work together to formulate an agenda in terms of how we can approach the legislative session this coming month. It's here already, so we need to meet and discuss and advocate together. I also want to give recognition to the Indian Education Department here with APS that they've developed a paper where they highlighted 5 areas, and I would strongly recommend you get familiar with those 5 items, and jointly with the leadership in New Mexico, through the tribes, we can advocate and support those efforts. The other thing I do want to mention too is Impact 8. There's going to be a bill coming up, so I'll save that when the time comes in terms of how we can address and advocate for changes regarding Impact 8 federal funding. The last thing I'll mention too is that there's going to be a government-to-government meeting with PED, secretary and other officials within the education department. That's also another opportune time to hear your concerns and needs and how we can address the academic performance of our Native students within APS. That way we can continue that dialogue at that level. And I'm really being optimistic that this is going to be a time for change this coming session and for the next 4 years and hopefully well beyond that. Last thing I want to also express an appreciation. Thank you very much for letting Acoma leadership meet with our Acoma students to advise and encourage them as they continue their lives into their future years. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Gessing. I'm president of the Rio Grande Foundation, a public policy research organization based here in Albuquerque, and also parent of 2 children who go to Chaparral Elementary on Albuquerque's west side. I'm here to talk to you and oppose the tax increase proposal. Simply put, APS has enough money. You're going to be getting a lot more money from the legislative process and oil and gas revenues that are flowing into this state, but current spending is $16,000+ per year. If you take your overall budget, divide it by the number of students, ample resources are available. You simply need to be more efficient in the way you build your infrastructure, maintain it, and hopefully maybe if unfilled facilities are available, to sell them off to construct new ones. You've got a new training center going in up off of Comanche, which is obviously a very expensive undertaking. I think it's time that APS prioritized and used the already ample and growing resources available to it in a more effective manner. Thank you.
Greetings to the board. My name is Richard Huber. I've been a resident of Albuquerque for about 7 or 8 months. My first tax bill went up 16.33%. Now you're asking for another 19%. I don't know how much you're trying to borrow. I was just made aware of this meeting today. So maybe later in the meeting you can explain to me why you need the money, what you're going to use it for, and how much you plan on raising. I'm opposed to this based on my own circumstances. and the tax revenues that are being forced on the residents, many of which has been mentioned before, provides a hardship. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Walsh. I represent the millennial population that this state can't seem to hold on to. So just to give you some background about myself, I was born and raised in Albuquerque, and then after graduating from UNM, I moved to New York City for 8 years. I love this state and my family, so I came back home, and I've been back here for about 4 years. Last October, so October of 2017, I had finally been able to buy my first home. So I'm a first-time homeowner, super excited. And to find out that well, first of all, I just received my first property tax bill, but then to find out now that it's going to go up another 20%. Well, my population has worked very hard to own a home in this state because there's so many other factors that are against us. And that money can be used to improve our property, which puts more money into our local economy. There's also other goals and objectives that I would like to accomplish, and this money can be used for that. After listening to other people speak, I now see that APS is going to have other avenues of revenue to receive, and I just want to ask you all to please consider those, because this is going to greatly affect the millennial population that we're trying to keep in this state. Thank you.
And our final three speakers, Sharmila Goradia, Audrey Simplicio, and Mike Cruz. I'm thinking that's what I see at the end. All right, go ahead.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Reedy, and fellow guests. My name is Sharmila Goradia. I'm a Bandelier parent, as you can see. I come before you once again to advocate for authentic parent voice in our schools. More specifically, I request the board to revise the structure, guidelines, and mission of our schools' instructional councils to more strongly and effectively integrate parent voice in a school's administrative and instructional affairs. Instructional councils should act as school-level versions of district school boards with jurisdiction to create and implement necessary programs, policies, and procedures, as well as hiring of administrators and faculty, and setting the school's budget. Parent representation should be a major component of our ICs. IC guidelines need to be enforced. Many ICs do not have parents, do not publicly post their agendas, minutes, or meetings, do not hold elections or have term limits, do not include ancillary staff or students, do not function as a collaborative entity with real decision-making power. Our public school charter schools have individual school boards. Why not our public schools? Our traditional ones. Furthermore, our APS board needs to include parents in the discussion about creating meaningful family engagement and not just talk among themselves. Please record an accurate synopsis of my statement in the minutes, create a task force, and put it on the next board agenda. I will probably not stay for comments as I did last time, which lasted 4 hours. I mean, this is another way in which parent engagement is being restricted. So please look at maybe adjusting the agenda as well to reflect parents who would like to be engaged but can't because they have children at home. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Audrey Simplicio. I'm one of the tribal leaders from the Pueblo of Zuni. And also just want to say thank you for letting me speak, board president and board members. This is going on the same line as First Lieutenant Governor Concho from Acoma, is to help support our Native students here within the Albuquerque, within your schools. There's about over about 300 plus students within the Albuquerque Public School District that are from Zuni, the students who attend the schools. And we just recently have our Zuni's language be taught in the schools by an individual from that is working within your school system, and with the help of Dr. Daisy Thompson and also the support from Jean Mahudi. What we're doing from the tribe is we created a MOA, and that's still pending, but hopefully it'll be coming back to Zuni for our governor's signature. And so we're asking that if we could get more of the support of what Lieutenant Governor had mentioned, and also invite you to the government-to-government meeting that's scheduled at the end of the month. And I also sit on the Indian Education Advisory Council as the Southern representative. So, but all in all, we as tribal leaders make sure that we support our students wherever they're at, and so we'll continue to support our students, and hopefully the new governor and plus our congresswoman that just was newly elected would also advocate for us for more educational dollars. Thank you. Aloha.
Hello, board members. My name is Michael Cruz. Thank you for your time. This is our first year at APS. Recently, I had an incident where my son was riding a school bus, and one of the other students had thrown a rock out from a window, and there was some damage done to 2 vehicles. The school did an investigation and did not contact me as a parent, as stated in your rule book. My concern is that does administration believe that they can go and have the authority of interrogating a young student in a case where there's been over $1,000 damage to property? And where do they understand or get the understanding to have the authority to be able to do this without actually getting the police involved? This incident was reported to APS police 2 weeks after the incident had happened. So I'm really concerned about that. I'm not here to point my fingers or to demean anybody by any means, but there's definitely something that is totally wrong here. I'm concerned that the people I've spoke with have several different understandings of what their authority is, where it lies, and that I think that needs to be cleared up. There definitely needs to be more definition in the rule book as far as APS, as far as them having jurisdiction over a child, and at what point it also dissipates. So that's my concern.
Thank you all for your input tonight. That concludes the public forum.
Thank you. And I do hope that some of you all will be able to stay around, and we may be able to clear up some of the misunderstandings and provide some information to you. So we'll go on for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Piercy, board members, community members, and staff. I want to give several shout outs tonight. First, a shout out to College and Career High School. They had a really very nice write-up by the Albuquerque Business First group about our partnerships with CNM and the community. I'm thankful for the work happening at CCHS and for our partners in the community. And every day it appears that more and more people are stepping forward and want to be part of this wonderful work that we do with our students. I also want to give a shout out to Dr. Chris Muir. As you can see on the screens, Dr. Muir helped to give APS positive national publicity in a tweet by the CDC's Division of Adolescent and School Health. Thank you very much, Dr. Muir, and you look pretty good on there. Another shout out goes to Eliza at Zuni Elementary School. Eliza was the New Mexico True Summer Reading Challenge winner. Several board members, as well as Governor Martinez, went to Zuni to surprise her with a trip to Disneyland. So I think I have to go just to make sure she gets there safely. Finally, I want to give a shout out to Art Melendres and Jennifer Anderson. These two attorneys from Modrell Sperling work closely with APS on a variety of issues and in a variety of circumstances. Mr. Melendres was recently named the 2019 Lawyer of the Year for both education law and municipal law by Best Lawyers in America. Let's hear it for him. He's probably watching. Ms. Anderson was recently named one of the top 250 women in litigation by Benchmark Litigation. And this is the 7th straight year she has been named in the 250 numbers. So great work for those two attorneys who really give so much to APS in the community. And I'm thankful for our partnership with these nationally recognized attorneys. That concludes Superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go on to special issues. This consideration of approval of the gift donation of Gen Yes licensure to the APS Technology Department for Google plus Gen Yes pilot program. It's a discussion action, and Dr. Richard Bowman is going to lead us in that, and also Lori Valdez, Program Administrator for Technology.
Thank you and good evening. Mr. President, members of the board, I'm here today to ask for your approval of a gift of Gen Yes licensure for 2 schools, Los Padillas and Madison Middle School. The Gen Yes program is one that you've heard of before. We've recognized a few of our kiddos who have become student technology leaders, and we're really leading the way in the state and kind of across the country. These 2 schools would be one of only 10 schools nationwide to receive and to partner in this way. And with that, I really just very proud of the schools and stand for questions if you have any.
Any questions from the board members?
I move for approval. Second.
Do I have a second? Any discussion?
Is there any downside to this?
Madam Chair, Board Member Peterson, at this point, what we have tried to focus on in technology is to make sure that we do pursue opportunities that are aligned with what we're already doing rather than kind of starting new things, and this is one that's aligned with what we're doing. Do not see a downside at this point.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Any further discussion?
I'd just like to add a comment, not necessarily that it's a downside, but this is a 2-year gift. The school or APS will be responsible for year 3 and beyond for a minimal fee of $4.95. And I'd like to have it put in the minutes that if that's a problem, I'll personally pay the bill for that, because that's how much I believe in this program and what the students are able to accomplish in supporting teaching and learning at the schools that have Gen Yes. So.
Okay, she's already offered to pay for it.
As a contingency.
Be careful what you offer for. We may accept it.
I'd be happy to help.
Okay, well, all in favor of accepting this donation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We'll go on to the second item here. This is the presentation of Legislative Education Study Committee's work on No Time to Lose discussion, and I'd like to recognize our Senator, Mimi Stewart. She's been a great supporter of APS, a great supporter of the education in our state, and we look forward to hearing from you, Mimi.
Thank you, Dr. Piercy, members of the board. I am passing out to you your very own copy of the No Time to Lose, which is the first thing that I'll mention and talk about. I want to talk about 3 things, the work of the LESC and this report in particular, and then I'll talk a little bit about the lawsuit, and then I'll wrap up with what we're going to do in January, hopefully. So as a legislator, I'm able to attend the National Conference of State Legislatures, which happens 3 or 4 times a year, and I serve on the Education Committee. In 2013, the NCSL heard a report by the Office of Economic Development that puts together what's called the PISA. So the PISA stands for Program for International Assessment. And we started that in 2000. It's done every 3 years. It started with 24, I believe, countries. And it's to look at our 15-year-olds to see how well they've learned their math, science, and reading so they can solve real-world problems. So it's one of the first assessments we started doing to compare countries. So we had a report on that in 2013, and the NCSL leadership was so taken aback by what that report said, that they put together a committee of legislators to do a deeper dive into that. Who's my, is this what I do to move this on? Maybe. Where do I point it? Help.
I think it already moved.
Oh, it's already there. Okay. So the report that we were given in 2013 sort of sounded this alarm about the history of the PISA. If you notice that in 2000, we had 32 countries. The U.S. ranked 15th in reading, 19th in math, and 14th in science. Fast forward 12 years, we've tripled the number of countries to 65, and the U.S. continues to be in the middle for reading, slightly below the middle for math, and sort of in the middle for science. In other words, in 2000, we had a number of countries that were kind of clustered. We were clustered with a number of these countries. What's happened over the years is that other countries have improved when the U.S. has not improved. So this is the International Education Study Group that was put together. We had 22 legislators, 11 Democrats, 11 Republicans, 11 senators, 11 House of Representatives, along with staffing and education experts. And we studied the top 10 performing countries or provinces. 2 provinces in Canada, Alberta, Ontario, Estonia, Finland, Hong Kong, Japan, Poland, Shanghai, Singapore, and Taiwan. So as you see, what this slide says is that the bad news is that we weren't getting any better, and that folks that look at the economies of country around the world were concerned about our students not really improving the way these other countries. The good news is, after 3 years of study of these other countries, this group has come up with 4 elements that if we can look at in this country, we could improve. So let me first talk about a couple of myths. Who is it that I'm supposed to tell to move that slide? Thank you. This is our NAEP scores. Again, you see we're basically flatlined in our NAEP scores. They go up ever so slightly, especially at the lower grades, but they have not really improved at the upper grades. So we're not, looks as though we're not doing anything different in education as a country. It's certainly also true for New Mexico. The myths I want to talk about is that we cannot be compared to other countries with our education system. There's lots of ways to dispel that myth, this is one way to look at the graduation rates. We are no higher than the higher performing countries for graduation, that they graduate more students than we do. The old myth is that those other countries don't graduate everybody, but that's not true. They do. The second myth is that we cannot be compared to other countries because of the number of immigrants. So that also is not true. If you look at the one with the highest number of immigrants, it's Hong Kong and China, where they have 4 very distinct languages at a minimum. If you look at Canada, they're certainly more than we are. Canada, for many, many years, has had a very robust refugee program where they accept thousands and thousands of people a year. They send them to school, they get them work, they get them started, they get them classes to learn either French or English, depending upon where you are in Canada. So yes, we are comparing ourselves to some countries that don't have that kind of diversity, but also to countries that do. So what the study group came up with is the 4 elements that we think are the same in these other countries that we could learn from. The very first element is that children come to school ready to learn. And then in whatever grade they're in, they get extra support if they're struggling. So what that looks like in Canada is that if you're 3 years old or 4 years old, you are offered full-day, high-quality, pre-kindergarten paid for by the government. If you're in Finland, 3 and 4 year old before you get to school at 5. In Finland, you don't start until you're 7 years old. At 7 years old, you're taught Finnish. At 9 years old, you're taught Swedish. At 12 years old, you're taught English. But what do you do before you're 7? Pre-K, high quality, full day, paid for by the government, pre-kindergarten programs. These other countries seem to understand that not every child is the same. If we give them high quality pre-kindergarten, then when they get to school, they're more ready to learn. I don't want to leave that, though, before, back to 1, thank you, whoever's paying attention. Where, okay, I found him, is that students get help when they're struggling. I'll give you an example of that when I get to the next element. So the next element, and this is the one that I am the most interested in, and the one that I'm working as hard as I can in New Mexico, is that it takes a world-class teaching profession that is well-paid, well-trained, and that has the responsibility, high quality teachers with high responsibility that essentially answer that. So what that looks like in other countries, for example, the Asian countries, those teachers teach for about 4 hours a day. In the afternoon, they work together. They plan lessons. They're all in the same room. They don't go to their office. It's a collaborative approach. What's the best way to teach an 8-year-old how to divide fractions so they understand what that means instead of the crisscross stuff that we do here, which I still don't quite know how we get that. Finland, 2 hours a day minimum out of every day is collaboration. So teachers work together. In this country, you know, you graduate, we hand you your keys, here's your room, here's your students, close the door, good luck. In other countries, they continue to work as a team. They work as a team, they work together, they collaborate, there's built-in time. The class sizes are larger, but they're taught by more than one teacher. In addition, they either, in some of these countries, first you get a content degree, and then you do 2 years of teaching. Most of the countries either have very high quality mentoring or a residency program or an internship. They don't just give you 4 years and then you're on your own. They're well trained. These teachers are expected to perform, and they do. They're the ones that do assessment. They're the ones that do curriculum. And let me tell you what they do not do in any of these countries. They do not have a high-stakes test that they grade kids on, that they grade teachers on, that they grade schools on. None of these countries do that. So the third element is something that we used to do in this country and that we really don't as much anymore, and that's a focus on career technical education. We have probably about 60% of our students who don't want to go to college, or they go to college and they're not successful. Many of these students want to do applied work. They want to be an auto mechanic. They want to design cars. They want to work on airplanes. They want to be a carpenter, an engineer, welder. Singapore has high schools all over the country where they're filled with high-quality machines and computer technology classes. And in these other countries, they recognize that not everybody wants to go to college, and we should not be forcing everyone into that track. And then finally, the fourth common element is that these systems are designed to just be one piece. It's not a silver bullet here and there. They're well designed, they're thought of, and they're aligned. So those are the four common elements that we've determined. And the question is, how do we get there? So, you know, the first part of the study was fun. You study other countries, you learned about them. I didn't get to go anywhere. I was actually asked to join the committee 2 years in. So I didn't go to Canada or China. But the second half now is, okay, now we've learned, now let's take them back to your state. Oh my. So for the last 2 years, the Legislative Education Study Committee has tried to drill down into these countries. We have brought experts before us to talk to us about how and why and when, about early childhood, about what else to do about teachers and career technical. So we are one of the most wonderful things that has happened because of that is that other people have started to look at the No Time to Lose report. So the Thornburg Foundation, the Lano Foundation, and the Santa Fe Foundation got together and started doing education roundtables. They had 40 or 50 people that they asked to stick with them for a whole year, and then they've just followed us behind us. So we bring in experts for LESC. They have the same expert that goes to their education roundtable. And they have done this so much that the Thornburg Foundation, on their own, in the last month, put out an RFP for educational institutions all over the state, all over the country, to say, come and help us in New Mexico. So they have contracted with the Learning Policy Institute in Stanford, run by Linda Darling Hammond. Linda Darling Hammond, if you don't know, I see some nods of heads, is the premier expert on teaching, how to improve teachers, how to give teachers the kind of power and responsibility that they want, that they could use, that they will shine under. So they have hired Linda Darling Hammond. Linda Darling Hammond, her job now is to create a roadmap for the legislature to look at how we improve our education in New Mexico. And she has to have it done by the middle of April, which is exactly the same time that the legislature and the governor has to go before Judge Singleton to give her a plan for how we're going to improve education. So the lawsuit, Yazzie Martinez, in my estimation, is one of the best things that's happened to us in New Mexico. The judge really laid out that we are failing students with our lack of resources. I mean, it's that simple. And I, personally worked in APS 2 times. I was an early childhood liaison. That program is now completely gone. The legislature and the governor has forced you to cut programs, to cut salaries. We have not given salaries except for 1 year in the last 10 years. I mean, we really, as you well know, have undermined districts' ability to pay for what we need to do. So Yes, we have money this year. It's from oil and gas. The last time we lost money, it was oil and gas too. So it's a boom and bust cycle with the oil and gas industry. We are committed to try to reform our taxation structure so that we have reliable, more consistent funding for education. Certainly the judge is requiring that also. So we're hoping to take what we've learned from No Time to Lose to work with the Thornburg Foundation and Linda Darling Hammond to try to really focus in on improving teachers and ensuring we have pre-K and that we have funding to do career technical and everything else. So that was really quick. Maybe you didn't think it was, but I can usually talk for half an hour or 45 minutes on this, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mimi. This is great stuff. I know that the LASC meeting here in their term, this next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday kind of thing, we'll have Linda Darling actually there.
Yes.
And so that's a great opportunity for some of us and the staff to hear from Linda. She's incredible. There isn't any doubt about that. And I think it addresses a lot of the issues that we have even heard about tonight. So I'm going to open it up to the board for, again, I know we have probably lots of questions, lots of thoughts. So be concise, ask her questions, and see if we have anything that we need to know a little bit more about. Yes, Board Member Garcia.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to appreciate you, Senator Stewart, for your leadership and what you've done to keep us focused on the right issues.
Thank you. And Dr. Piercy, can I say, yes, it's next Thursday. Linda Darling Hammond is going to begin in the morning. Then in the 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the day, she's going to the education roundtable with the foundations, and then she's coming back. And she is going to talk to us in the afternoon about teacher evaluations. Right. That is one of the things that I'm hoping that we can learn from her. We can get her to help us do a teacher evaluation that makes sense for all of us instead of what we have now. So please either come up or listen online, because we will webcast.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Other comments? Board Member Armijo.
Well, I would echo Lorenzo's comments as well. I don't think we stop enough and tell you thank you for the kind of work that you do on the LASC and being that real champion for us around education and so many other issues, but specifically around education in our state. So thank you.
Well, and thank you for what you do. It's been really fun for me to be here tonight. You started with singing, and then you celebrated teachers and
we're only halfway
Gabriella
through.
Blakey. I know you're only halfway through, and then you heard from the public, and so yeah, no, it reminded me of the legislature.
Thank you.
I just want to.
Yes, Board Member Patterson.
Okay. I also just want to thank you and for your years in education as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for all that you do.
I'll just walk down. Board Member Montoya Cordova.
I just want to say, I'm excited that the report actually has an emphasis on that career side of it as well, because I think it is time for us to sort of rethink, where and how we're going to do that part, because there are a lot of students, and we see them coming through the workforce system where it was that gap, and they come and they're really not ready, and they're looking for that part, but we're catching them when it's too late.
Thank you. And Board Member Peterson.
Yeah, just thank you so much. It has been so much fun going to the LASC this past year, because it's that vision of where are we going? What do we really want to do for our students and our community? And so it's been great. You pretty much answered what my questions were going to be. So where do we start? What should be the focus for us as a board and a school district and lobbyists for this coming year? And I think you more or less answered it, but if you want to say a little bit more about that.
Well, I think expanding your pre-kindergarten program is very important. The career technical is just kind of a trickier thing to figure out what to do and how to do that. But when LESC went to Las Cruces, and we heard from the Deming Public School Superintendent, and they have a very robust career technical. All of their students for culinary arts are actually hired in the restaurants around Deming, and then they're made shift managers because they're such good students. We heard from a senior who said, when I got here in 9th grade, I wanted to be an auto mechanic, so I started taking career technical courses. I've taken one a year for 4 years, but now I'm going to go to college and be an engineer because I want to design those cars, not fix them. So I think if you look at the data behind career technical, you have a lot higher ability to graduate if you have taken a career technical. It makes you think about work in the world. So pushing on that, we are going to be giving districts a lot more funding in January, I can tell you that. But I'm a firm believer in local control. We are going to increase the at-risk funding tremendously. But that can be used for all kinds of things. Before school, after school, summer school, credit recovery, smaller classes, intervention specialists. I just implore you to think big and try to do the programs that we all know make a big difference. You will finally, after 10 years, have the funding to do it. It's just so exciting to actually have money in a session, so.
Board Member Miller-Evergard. You have any thoughts?
Barbara's
you have more, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, just one of the things that I think will overlap the idea of recruiting teachers, but starting middle school and high school. Yes. And, you know, we hear all the time that students need teachers that look like them. Yes. And so when we look at what are we doing to support students, it seems like looking at where that pathway into the teaching profession is one of the parts where it kind of comes together, where there are two goals of the Yazzie settlement that come together. And it seems like there are lots of really exciting possibilities with that. When just a couple of things that I want to point out from LESC meetings. One was, I remember it was talking about early childhood. There was the conference, not a conference call, but someone from New Zealand, I believe, and someone from England.
Yes, yes.
And one of the things that came up about students being ready to enter school, that I think there was this almost a disbelief that we have students that come in without sufficient medical care, that there are certain things that happen, say in England, Canada, Finland, that it goes without saying that mothers have maternity leave, families have family leave for newborns, that there's health care from prenatal on in. So when kids get to preschool, they're physically ready to be doing all of the cognitive stuff that they need to be doing. And so it's wonderful that we're looking at education. I think as a community, we need to start looking even broader if we really want successful children.
And I couldn't agree more. So certainly school-based health clinics ought to be something that you look at with this increased funding. We're hoping to have more counselors and more nurses. You know, for our school safety issues, we really need more counselors that will actually counsel students rather than, you know, set out their schedule and help them get into college. So we went to Aztec this summer and spent a gut-wrenching day listening and seeing what happened in Aztec last year when those two students were shot by a former student. And we heard from 6 students who are completely involved in it, and they basically said they wanted to have what they're calling a mental health check. have the ability to go into a counselor and say, okay, you know, last night my friends went to the movies. I didn't. I still can't go out in public. I'm too afraid. Just some way for people to understand what is going on. We have so many problems with families in this state, in the country, but in particular in our state. So the need for more counselors that actually will do mental health work, the need for more nurses at the schools. So you're absolutely right. The health care in many of these countries that we're talking about, they don't have the issues that we do. So schools really have to make it up in this country, and that's what we have to do in New Mexico.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Board Member Muller-Aragon.
I just have, because I haven't looked through very well all of the information and no time to lose. So a question I had that I'm sure that you have an answer to is, when you're looking at all these top performing countries, where is pre-K in all of those countries? Like for all children, that all children can attend pre-K?
Pretty much. It's in every country. So Canada, the provinces in Canada started 3- and 4-year-old, full day, high quality pre-K, all day 3- and 4-year-olds. As I said, in Finland, they don't do it till 6 because they don't start school till 7. It's true in the Asian countries. So, you know, we're kind of late as a country to the pre-K system when it comes to education. Let me also say, and this one, this always makes me sit and think, when the committee was looking at these countries and asked them, well, where did you get this information? Where did you get the research to make these improvements? Where did you get that? All of them said, well, from you all, of course. The U.S. has done all the research. You know what you need to do. You just don't do it. You don't do it. I mean, what a slap in the face. So instead of following our research, what we've done is, you know, shamed and blamed people. You know, pointed our fingers at teachers with students that aren't performing as well. Pointing our fingers at the students that aren't performing well and labeling their school. I mean, it just kind of goes on and on how we've, we're just not following research. The research says, you don't do that, you're positive. You know, it's like the Denver Boasberg, Tom Boasberg, if any of you heard him, when he came down and talked to the Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce, he says, we don't talk about F schools. We talk about schools that need more resources to help their children succeed. And that is what our school grades workshop has come up with, to change those school grades so that we're not blaming schools, but we're giving them the resources they need to improve.
So then when you're looking at pre-K for all children in the United States, do you think that would be a really good remedy to all that ails education?
No. If there's anything that this study found is that there's no silver bullet. There's not one thing that's going to improve. It's a system. It's a whole system. You know, if our vision is that we're going to take children where they are and we're going to help all of them succeed, I mean, that's what's behind our Constitution, that we will sufficiently fund education so that all students are able to succeed in life. And we're not really doing that. I mean, our Native American students need Native American teachers. Our Hispanic or first language students need some of their own language in the schools. I mean, we have a complicated system in education, and we have to really address it at every step of the way. So pre-K is certainly one of the things that it looks as though if we do that, it will help students come to school ready to learn. You know, they learn social skills. They they learn language. If you have a high-quality pre-K program, those students are involved in talking to each other, that teacher is guiding language, they're playing with each other so that they develop the ability to like people, have empathy, and learn from other people. I mean, it really starts young. It starts very, very young, the science tells us. And we're kind of ignoring that science by not starting students younger than we do now.
I just remember, and I'm sure you do too, being an educator, when we just had, well, when kindergarten wasn't mandated, and then it became mandated half day, and then I think in 2004, if I remember correctly, that's when it was full-day kindergarten was mandated at every school. And the reason back then that they had said it was really important to have all-day kindergarten was to make sure the kids are ready for school. So now we're saying that about preschool. So I just always wonder, Senator, how far we're going to go. Are we going to say we're going to start preschool because they're not, quite ready for kindergarten? Are we going to have a 3-year-old program because they're not ready for pre-K? And so that just kind of concerns me, because I would be one that would be like, let's make kindergarten, I was a kindergarten teacher, let's make kindergarten the very best it could possibly be, and that's how I think that we should have started. So I'm just wondering where it's going to keep on going. What are we going to do next? Is it going to be a 3-year-old program? And it's just a concern that I have, because I just remember when this was going on with all-day kindergarten, that was supposed to solve a lot of our problems.
I remember it too.
Yeah, and I just remember that exact year, because I remember that's when it went across.
But really what our study of other countries show is that they have lifelong learning, and they just do lifelong learning better than we do. A middle-class parent will make sure that their young children has learned their ABCs, has learned some simple words, can write their name, knows their colors, knows their shape, talks to that child. During the summer, we'll take them to the library, we'll take them to camp, we'll take them on trips. It's just a different situation than when you have a family that's struggling, maybe it's dysfunctional, maybe it doesn't have enough money, and those kids don't have the same opportunity. They don't have the same language. The current research on language is that there's a 30 million word gap by the time you're 5. The difference between a middle or an upper middle class family that provides everything and the parent that cannot provide that. So it's kind of a way of making school be year-round and all ages, and I think that's where we're headed. If we want to play in the global economy, because that's really what these other countries are doing. They are preparing their students better than we are. It's hard for me to say that. I don't like to talk about education that way, but it's true, and we need to do a better job, because every one of our students deserve to have either a good career or a good job.
And how are they doing, other countries, when it comes to having teachers that supposedly look like them? So when you're looking at Finland does really well, or Ireland, where they don't have that diverse of a population, like let's talk about New Mexico. So when you're talking about the majority in Finland are Finnish, like 85% or something, and in Ireland they're Irish, and et cetera. So it's probably much easier for them to find teachers that look like their student population, where that's a lot more difficult in New Mexico.
Well, that might be true in Finland, but it's not true in Canada, it's not true in China, it's not true in other countries. They're very, very diverse, just as diverse as we are.
With a teacher, they're doing well with getting enough teachers that do look like the student population.
They train their teachers better, they pay their teachers better, they expect more. So they do a much better job of teacher preparation. And those teachers are responsible, as I said, for assessment and curriculum. And they are not punished by students that aren't doing well. They don't do the kind of testing that we do. Right. So it's in a way, it's harder to be a teacher in those countries, but it's more fulfilling. It's more rewarding. Singapore, they call them nation builders. So I'm actually going to offer a bill in January that either changes or sets in place a new teacher pipeline so that we offer bilingual educational assistance help to become a teacher, that we offer more help for Native American students so that they'll go into teaching. I mean, we have a problem with attracting people to teaching now. We have 740 vacancies statewide. We can't get teachers to come here. We don't pay them, and then we do all this paperwork on top of them for the evaluation. I mean, we're just not doing a good job. I know you know.
We don't work to, I mean, none of us work to be punished, so,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not what we work for. We work to be rewarded.
But you're right, it's a challenge, but it's a challenge that I think we should try to reach, to have more diversity in our teaching workforce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Just really briefly, one of the things I want to offer is that we need to be involved in APS. And so usually what we do is we say, please invite us or whatever. I think we need to be a little more forceful and say we need to be involved. So if you got committees, you got people who are working on this, we need to have people in APS that are involved. And that includes board members, that includes administration, that includes teachers. So I want to make sure that you understand that we are not just volunteering, we expect to be involved, because we got 25% of the students. And we need to be involved because we have a lot of these absolute issues that you're talking about. So that's one thing. Second thing is, I've been on the CTE framework for quite a while, since a meeting that we had back in August. And as of about December, I think we're going to get a briefing on that as to what we think that is. So that may well be something that's of use to you all. I have to see it first and see what I think. And of course, we have Yolanda here, who is a workforce solutions person. We have some good capabilities, I think, in terms of that area that we can offer to that kind of a development. I think that's very, very important. The increase in funding, I want to be clear, that is typically not for capital. That is typically operational funding. I want to make that clear to the audience. Clear to the audience.
That's right. I heard that from
Clear to the audience, okay? That is not capital funding.
No.
That is operational dollars.
Right.
Okay? Make that clear. Interestingly enough, you mentioned Canada and the pre-K for all of their students.
In two of the provinces, not all of Canada.
Yeah.
Most provinces.
My understanding is that program is called Hannon. And we have a Hannon program here in Albuquerque, APS. It's a very small program, but we have a person who runs that program who is actually an international expert on this and is invited to many external countries, external from the U.S., to talk about that and train. And my understanding is that program is the program that Canada has. I may be mislabeling that, I'm not sure, but I have personal friends of this person who is Sandy Main, and Sandy teaches this, and she teaches it not only here, and it's a very intense program. It deals with basically at-risk kids, but it could be all kids in reality. It's third, fourth, 3, 4-year-olds that are pre-K. So that's of some interest. I also had an experience in Luxembourg when I taught a tutorial that was very similar to, interestingly enough. I sat in a park and I watched kids play. And those kids talked in 5 different languages, just depending on what came up. Luxembourg, of course, is a little place that has all these different countries in it. I asked the person who I worked with there, how does that work? And he says, well, he says, we teach, like literature and English 1 year, and then we teach it in French 1 year, and then we teach it in German the next year, and then we teach it in whatever, Italian. And I said, really? How does that work? I mean, you know, how do you do the materials and the stuff? He said, oh, we just pass it around. It's okay. It was like, it wasn't a big deal.
Yep.
It wasn't a big deal. And that's, and of course, teaching these tutorials when I have people from Sweden and Finland and all the different countries who all speak different languages, including English, and I only speak English, is embarrassing. So I think this is absolutely great, and Linda Darling, I think, is a great resource. I'm really looking forward to the roadmap idea. I think that I'm big on frameworks and roadmaps that allow us to kind of figure out what works and what doesn't and how it fits, which is something we haven't had. So I really look forward to that. So thank you very, very much for your presentation. I'm not big on PISA. I'll be blunt. But I think the 4 areas that you have identified are very, very important areas. So independent of that way of measuring how we do, I think that's, again, one of those standardized test things that I'm not big about. But neither is Diane Ravitch. But that's okay. And so I think this is great. So I look forward to more on this. And please, whoever's running this show, if it's you or whoever it is, get us involved, please. In other words, I know board members would like to be involved. We'll spend whatever time we need to. I know the administration would love to be involved. I think we've got a lot to offer, and we've got an awful lot for results that we need to have to make this into Mexico. So.
Well, if I can say something about that. I hear you, but I'm not the only person doing this. And really, to get involved, you kind of have to just put yourself in. You can't wait to be asked. I don't think you're saying that, but for example, one of the ideas that comes out of the No Time to Lose is that to move forward, you've really got to bring the stakeholders together. It doesn't work if it's, just me doing it or just someone else. So the Thornburg Foundation and the next 6 months with Linda Darling Hammond is going to have a very small advisory committee. But then that's going to be done by April. What I'm proposing is what the No Time to Lose and NCSL is suggesting is that we do an education commission, so that when we move forward, because we're going to still be under the judge's orders, and we're going to have to work together to move forward. So an education commission with all the stakeholders would then help us move that forward, be kind of an advisory to the legislature and the governor. So certainly I want you on that.
We'd love to be involved in
Well, yes, you should be involved in that. I'll go as far as saying I want one of your assistant superintendents to be the next education secretary. I won't tell you who, but I'm certainly going to tell that to the governor. And I've really missed not having an APS lobbyist this last year. It's been really hard on me. I reach out to people in APS, but I reach out to the level that they're really too busy to do the kind of work for me that your previous person liaison did. So I've been missing that connection. So I'll just throw that out for you.
Well, hopefully we have that connection for you. And again, I know there will be discussions on the new Secretary of Education.
Yeah.
We would definitely like to be involved in that. And,
yes, me too.
And not necessarily.
Let me know where they're talking about it, because you think I run everything. I do not. I'm one of 112.
You don't run everything?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I keep trying, but.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mimi. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
for
much.
inviting me.
Dr. Piercy, may I ask one question?
Okay, Board Member Garcia.
And this has to do with, the fact that we're importing teachers now.
Yes.
From the Philippines and other places. And I have grave concerns over that. Mm-hmm. For one, I think we're setting up a situation where we have a group of people who are now functioning similar to indentured servants.
Yes.
They're being exploited at every level, and I'm just appalled that that is allowable nowadays. Certainly, we need to help, and they want to come to help, and they see this as an opportunity, but there are all kinds of prohibitions against these people speaking out and organizing and working together, and we need to find ways to change the law so that if we're going to import teachers from elsewhere, until we have enough teachers of our own, we need to make sure that that's a fair and dignified profession, not an indentured servant. Thank you.
Yes, and I know about that issue. We're going to do two things to have you not have to do that. We're going to raise salaries significantly, and we are going to change the teacher evaluation system. Once we do that, I think we'll get teachers back to New Mexico, and in New Mexico, back to teaching.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next item, item C, which is the approval of the priority list and project line item for priorities recommended by the Capital Master Plan Review Committee and the Superintendent. Scott Elder, Casita Wajinja, will give us information on that.
Yes, Dr. Piercy, members of the Board of Education, thank you for this opportunity. I have a presentation for you. I do want to address a couple of the items that were brought up during public forum so we can sort of get those handled. And I think the big one is, how did we get here? And how are we doing an election in February instead of November? And, you know, for those of us that haven't been following along as close as we've had to, we all know that House Bill 98 was passed and that it did move these elections. However, what we also learned was that House Bill 98 had a disconnect with the tax code. And so that the tax code calls for any tax levies to be collected in the same calendar year. So a November election would require us to assess and charge and collect by the end of December, which is simply not possible. So we are doing this one time only, mail-in election, because it has to be a mail-in based on the special election law, to pick up this year's revenues. And so that is why we are doing an election in February. It's not an end around or some sort of conspiracy. Instead, it's a necessary reaction to an unfortunate situation that really wasn't intended by the legislature, and they are going to correct in the 60-day session. We've been assured of that multiple times, and this, of course, impacts districts across the state, and we've already had these type of elections held in Los Lunas and Las Cruces and other districts. So ours is in February. The other thing I want to remind everyone is that we are not asking you as a Board of Education to decide to impose a tax tonight. We are asking you to allow a vote on what we are suggesting so that the taxpayers have their opportunity to have their voice, and then they can decide if they want to support this or not. We obviously are going to try to present a strong case and explain why we think this should happen. But you will not be imposing a tax increase tonight in your action tonight. You will decide whether or not we move this forward for the taxpayers. I will also, during my presentation, sort of address some of the numbers that came up. I know one speaker dropped the $450 a month, and I think he meant per year. That's even per year, that number's not even close. So. But we'll get to those numbers. I hope that at the end of this presentation, the people that came and shared their viewpoints, which I did appreciate, I hope we're able to address some of their concerns and move forward. So you were handed a couple documents. The first is the 2019 school capital election priority recommendations to the Board of Education. I hope you've had an opportunity to review these. I hold the one mother who said the 4-hour board meetings are difficult. I will move as quickly as possible, but I also recognize we're dropping a lot of numbers here, and if you need me to slow down, I absolutely will. But I will also try to get us out of here but quickly and give you guys an opportunity to discuss. Remember that we do have a capital master plan, and it does involve a process. The process does guide the long-term planning of the district's capital resources. So tonight we are not discussing teacher salary. We are talking about capital resources only. That includes facilities, that includes technology, and it can include some educational equipment, and we'll get into that as well. This is very technical work. It's run by Kizito Wajenje, the Executive Director of the Capital Master Plan, but it's based on a comprehensive, independent architectural, engineering, and technology assessment of all district facilities. So this work is done by an independent review that we take and then look at and base our list of priorities off what is developed independently. There are guidelines for us. We maintain the integrity and accountability of the Capital Master Plan, but we also have to maintain some flexibility to meet emergencies and contingencies. So we will say we have a set number of projects that we'd like to complete over the next 6 years. However, we also have to have some flexibility in that because things happen, and we'll talk a little bit about that. The concept is to bring schools to equitable standards. It's not necessarily all the same, but to make standards equitable. We are an aging infrastructure, and we'll talk about that. Major allocations are project-based, and they have specific implementation schedules and commitments. So the funds that come only come from a few sources. There is the House bill and the Senate bill, and then there are GO bonds. And we had a moment today where people say, well, it's a House bill. It must be funded. There's a Senate bill. It must be funded. It is not. The Senate bill and the House bill grant you the authority to tax and put the money and put the funds into the various accounts. They do not come with money from the state. So this is how this works. And that's a misunderstanding, I think, that we need to make sure people understand. We do consider operational consequences, and we do look for cost efficiencies. We do look at cost-effective approaches and trying to avoid funding overlaps. In the 2016 mill levy bond election, 27 major construction projects were approved by the taxpayers. As of today, 13 of these have been completed, 7 are currently under construction, and 7 are pending to begin construction within the next 6 months. However, and this is where the funding begins to have some realities start to kick in. Of the 7 pending construction, an escalation of construction costs means that there's a deficit of around 18% in their construction budget given today's estimates. So 14 projects from the bond election in 2016 are at some level of design. And the idea is that this next election will provide the funding for construction. We do this in waves. There are phases to building schools. So at some point it goes into a design phase. And when we put projects in front of the voters, sometimes we are simply asking for the money to design the school, which can take 2 years. We'll come back with the next election and ask for the construction money. So that phase starts to kick in. And that's the big money. Sometimes we'll come and you'll see in the list of projects that we'll ask for both design and build. I also remind you that this is a 6-year process. So there is a misconception, I believe, that when we ask for this money, that we are given at the beginning of the period a large chunk. All the money is just given to us. What happens is this is assessed over 6 years. So we get a sixth every year, and that presumes 100% collection. Obviously, there's not 100% collection. Foreclosures happen, people don't pay their taxes, things happen in the world. So we have a pretty robust collection rate, but it's not 100%. But we do plan with that in mind. I do have in front of you a table of construction cost trends between 2005 and 18. What you see is in the glory years of 2005, the cost per square foot was around $142. It has since risen. We see in 2008 it moved up to $216, and then we had the great crash, and contractors were basically working for free. They were, because they wanted to keep people employed and they wanted to stay in business. So prices dropped again back down to about $151. But they have steadily increased. When I began this position in 2016, the average cost per square foot was $238. Over the last 2 years, we have seen some significant shifts in New Mexico and across the nation that have had major impacts on construction at a national level. But it's specific to New Mexico. those costs have really skyrocketed. At the last project we brought to you, we priced it at $315 a square foot, an increase of roughly $80 a square foot per project. If you're doing a 60,000 square foot project and you have to increase it by $80, that's $4.8 million on construction costs alone. That doesn't kick anything else in. It's just the construction costs alone. We know that there are some reasons for this. One, the rest of the states around us began to experience economic revitalization. New Mexico did not. What happened? A lot of our technical workers began to leave the state. What that's done is that's changed the cost for the technical workers, the plumbers, the electricians, the framers, because there are fewer of them. And with fewer of them being in existence, they can charge more because there are fewer people. I know just anecdotally, and maybe this isn't the best story, but the public is feeling this as well. We've talked to the construction industry. They've got story after story of struggling to keep the people on the site, okay? But just in the public, people are beginning to winterize their swamp coolers, and many times they will call for help. And what they discovered in the old days, in the good old days, you could call and a plumber would come anywhere within 24 to 48 hours. That's no longer the case. Even the contractors, such as, well, I won't mention names, even the contractors out there doing this type of work are struggling to keep technical workers because they're going elsewhere for greener pastures. It can take up to a week to 2 weeks to get somebody to come in and do your work. And it's really rough if you have an emergency, as my mother discovered last week and called on me for help, which was another disaster, but we won't talk about that. We also have seen a major increase in building materials. We know that the United States is engaged in some trade, not to call it trade war, we'll just say it's a trade business with other countries that has increased the cost of steel. So that's great if you're a steel maker, not so great if you're a steel buyer. And we have to buy quite a bit of steel and lumber to build these buildings. And we are seeing significant impacts with our contractors, and they will speak quite vocally about it. Also remember that in 2016, we lost a year of project time due to an election lawsuit that we won, but that was time lost, and that again pushed costs up. Where we had projected costs, we lost a year of time, costs went up in that year. One of the questions is why can't we, I believe the question came up from the audience about assessed value rising, thus the taxes, why isn't that enough? Well, I can answer that. In the last 5 years, Bernalillo County area construction costs have increased on average by 12.4%, where the growth for the district's assessment value has been 2.7%. All right, so that's over the last 5 years. If you spread it over 10 years, which maybe is a more fair way to look at it, the construction costs have increased 4.3% compared to 2.2% growth in the district's assessed values. So we're still being doubled by construction costs. We're not keeping up with the costs, and again, that reflects on the charts we've shared. And that requires some looks at how do we raise the revenue. Again, we've talked about the prioritization guidelines. You were helping with my pages. So remember, when we talk about capital master plan, we're not only discussing building buildings, we also have maintenance priorities. We do have to maintain these facilities in our fields. We have over 15 million square feet of educational facilities, including over 500 acres of sites and fields. Of those facilities, 40% are 30 years or older. The older the building, the higher the maintenance costs, and the more degraded and inequitable is the learning environment for the student. We see our HVAC systems are beginning to struggle in these older facilities. We have to go in and work on them. And again, because we can't hire the technicians, we're forced to go to contractors. The contractors are struggling to keep the technicians. The prices go up. And we sort of have this sort of cycle that we're struggling to get out of. One of the points I think is really important is this. Over the last 10 years, since 2007, APS has, on average, controlled about 70% of the commercial builds in the region. We have been a major contributor to keeping the contractors, the plumbers, the electricians, the framers in the area. should we stop our builds, those people are going to look for work. And we could exaggerate the situation that we have currently. We are hoping that that number for us reduces. We would love to see more commercial build, but you just don't see a lot of commercial sites popping up around town. But the economy does seem to be improving, but as it stands right now, we are one of the main, if not the main, provider of employment for a large number of people in Albuquerque. Maintenance is extremely important. One of the reasons you rebuild or build new buildings is oftentimes the cost of refinishing or refurbishing a school is so much that it's actually more cost effective over the long term to build a new building. That's just reality and common sense. So that's why we choose to build new buildings and not always refinish. Although there are plenty of projects where we are just doing a portion of the building, replacing a roof, changing HVAC systems. We do that all the time. But there are reasons we do some of the major projects as well. One of the other priorities that you'll find in the capital master plan is instructional technologies. We do use the capital monies to purchase classroom, student, teacher, and district technologies. These are computers that can be used by students in the classroom. These include our finance systems, our payroll systems, all the things that you need to educate students in a 21st century economy, and the items that we need to run the district effectively and efficiently. We simply cannot operate without functioning instructional and informational technology. For the schools, this often reflects in what we call refresh money. These are funds that the schools can use directly to purchase money for their site, locally decided by the school what they need to replenish or to increase or to even bring something new in. But those are funds that we access through capital that we give directly to the schools, and they can make those decisions. The district has done an excellent job of leveraging financial matching funds, and you've heard a lot recently from Dr. Bowman and his team and their project to lay high-speed fiber optic lines at all our operational facilities. This not only serves to improve instruction, but it will save recurring costs, such as severely reducing dependence on private internet providers. I believe that Dr. Bowman has reported that our costs will reduce from over $2 million a year to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in terms of costs. So we are saving a ton of money. And what we've done is we've created competition inside the city for other providers, and we've noticed that other governmental agencies are now attempting to piggyback on this work so that they can take advantage of this as well. So these are ways we have leveraged our funds, working extremely well with government matching funds to benefit not only the schools, but the city at large. Another priority that comes out of the capital master plan are instructional priorities. The board has authorized us to utilize some of these funds to support instructional equipment, instructional materials in a number of categories. These include science equipment, school music instruments and fine art equipment, school library equipment, school physical education equipment, school vocational education equipment, classroom, student, and teacher furniture, and what we call school discretionary instructional equipment and improvement fund, which are our SIP funds, which the schools have access to. They're granted a set amount of money each year, and they can use those funds to take care of small projects on their campus that they see fit. A great example, recently we had a school that wanted to put in a filtered water fountain for their students. It's a lot easier to take. They were counting the number of plastic bottles that kids were throwing away, and they noticed a ton of kids walking around with environmentally friendly metal bottles, and they said if we had one of those, it would make this so much easier on these kids and on our staff, and they could buy it. They had the funding there based on this, that they could install one. We did the work, saved them a lot of money, and they've made a difference in their environment. Music equipment, because you guys have made such a commitment to music and art across the school district, we do buy music equipment for all our schools so that there are no inequities as far as musical instruments available to students. What you see in one part of town, you see in another part of town. They have access to the same equipment so that they don't have to go out and purchase or rent at a high cost a very high-pressed string instrument. This happens across the city based on this funding as well. The last element is something that's not new to us, but it's taken on a new level of importance over the last year, and that's safety and security. In 2016, the district asked the taxpayers for $6 million to improve security at the schools. At that time, we had plans that we would maybe improve our police dispatch center, work on our cameras, because some of the school safety issues we deal with really involve theft and vandalism, add some locks, and move forward. This was the beginning of a project. Well, of course, the events of the world have forced us to accelerate that. Last year, the state legislature appropriated $40 million over 4 years that we could apply for. APS applied for $7 million of that. We received a large chunk of that. However, based on offset rules, we will walk away with around $3 million to actually apply. We anticipate needing $25 million to really secure the district. And I want to assure you that the type of work that we're doing to secure the district is what we call common sense securing. It's very low tech, but very high impact. One of our first projects was to begin to install classroom locks that actually lock from the inside, so that teachers did not have to lean out in case of an incident and put a key in a door and lock it. They can now lock the doors from the inside. That project is ongoing, and we're moving across the district as you speak. We're installing card access readers at schools so that we can now begin to reduce the amount of doors that are open during the day. In Albuquerque, we built out, not up. We built campuses with multiple buildings. We wanted everyone to be able to get in, and so we have gates open all over the place, and we have doors, and we left them open so that parents and community members would feel comfortable walking in. Unfortunately, we can't do that anymore. So we have to have ways to lock those doors but allow staff and students to move freely through the building. We're putting perimeter fencing around the district. In a district with 15 million square feet of instructional space, we have a lot of acreage. It's a lot of fencing. We are increasing that dramatically. We are also improving our district-wide camera system. One of the steps we've made is we are now increasing the work of our school police, and we're building them a new dispatch center. Part of that dispatch center will allow them real-time access to the cameras inside the schools. Also, with the software and the servers that we're able to provide using this money, we will be able to link with the Albuquerque Police Department in their real-time crime center. This will give them, in the case of an incident, opportunity to link into a school and see the cameras in real time and have an idea of what they're running into. This work has changed. It's become vital, and this is not something we had planned for in 2016. We had a slow growth process to make some of these changes. Now, this pace has accelerated, and we need the adequate funding to install, maintain, and upkeep this security. So we're asking for about $20 million in this particular election. What you take from that is a list of priorities, and this is what's important to know. We don't pick a dollar amount and say, well, what can we build? We start with the priorities we've laid out. So we know that we're going to need money for security. We know we need $150 million for district educational technology. The district-wide renewal and support, which includes maintenance and operation, upgrades, sustainability, water and energy conservation, ability to change bus and parent pickup drop-off areas, maintenance contracts, electrical upgrades, ADA compliance, over 6 years comes to $214 million. Instructional support, the renewal for the equipment over 6 years is $48 million. We do have to have administration and contract services, that's another $32 million, and the design and construction of our new projects is $552 million. If you look at page 3 on your large document, you can see that we have laid out the projects that are proposed, again, based off the technical review and vetted through a capital master plan committee. We invite principals, we invite community members from across the city to sit and look at the ratings and look at the rankings and help us to develop this. As a matter of fact, I believe we have a number of the CMP committee members here tonight. I believe that Johnny Pena's here, Georgia Armijo Brasher, Bernadette Chavez, Marco Harris, Cesar Hernandez, Robert Beatty, and Marjorie Germain. I'd just like to take a moment and thank them for being here. If they're behind me, thank you, yeah, thank you. So I do appreciate you being here and being supportive. You see that we have in this, we have, based on the reality of funding, do not have a large number of new projects to place in front of you. We have 11 new projects. There's a heavy emphasis on middle schools. Our middle schools have needed some work for quite some time. We built the west side. We really focused on high school improvement, and elementaries always get help because there's just so many of them. But we have some middle schools that are in severe need. So you see Harrison, Desert Ridge, Washington, Van Buren, Hayes, and Grant appear on the list. These include, in some cases, simple design. So we're asking for the design for Washington, and in some case, design build. So we will not only design the schools, but we will build them. These are high cost items. The reality is middle schools, as we built in the past, were sort of monolithic one building facilities. You can't just do a portion of it. The high schools are much easier to rebuild. We can take a building offline, rebuild it. But the middle schools are very difficult because they're so big and they're so blocky. They're just one building for the most part. You also see El Dorado, which is in need of some serious work, especially in terms of its Title IX PE. You know, we like to think of sometimes the schools in the Heights, the La Cuevas, the El Dorados, as though those are the new schools. Well, the reality is those schools were built in the 70s and the 80s, and we're now 40 years later. These schools are aging, and we do a good job. Our maintenance operations does a good job of keeping them up, but there comes a point you have to do something about it. On top of that, you see 24 ongoing construction projects. And some of these, again, are on here because we had planned to have them on here to ask for additional monies. For example, we designed and built a phase of Jackson Middle School. We are now coming back to do the next phase, and we have to ask for the money in this particular election. You'll see again a list of all the schools from Jackson to Arroyo del Oso, Barcelona, Janet Kahn, which is a pretty significant rebuild, an entire rebuild of the school. Arroyo del Oso will be a construction, basically replacing that school. We need to complete Taylor and Truman on the west side. We need new blocks, new classroom blocks. Those buildings are aging. You see a number of elementaries from Monte Vista to Navajo, to Valle Vista, Miriam Binford. You just see significant builds across the entirety of the city, and that's been important to us, is that if the taxpayers are going to pay for this, they need to see these benefits across the city. So in some cases, these projects appear because we intended to bring them back at this time to ask for money. But the construction cost issue looms, and it requires us to ask for additional funding. So when you lay out all the maintenance, you lay out all the educational technology, all the instructional priorities, the security needs, and the facility, you come to $1.1 billion. Currently, we do have tax rates in place that raise about $810 million over the 6-year period. We need 1.1. There's been some numbers that have been thrown out tonight that I do want to explain. The increase in the APS tax rate is 19.14%. That is correct. If you were thinking of your tax rate, your current tax rate on a mill is $10.45. It'll go to $12.45. So $2 on a little over $10 is about 19%. However, I think that's been misconstrued to think that the tax rate itself will be 19%. The actual rate on the home is 4.7%, and that's on the taxable value of the home. So some of the numbers that I'd like to share, if you have a home value of $100,000, your net taxable value is $33,000. So your increase for the year is $66.67. That's $5.56 a month over the 12-month period. If you have a $150,000 home, your net taxable value is $50,000. Your increase per year is $100, $8.33 a month. If you own a $220,000 home, and that's an important one because that is the median cost of a home in Albuquerque, your net taxable value is $73,000. Your increase per year is $147 or $12.22 a month. If you own a $280,000 home, your net taxable value is $93,000. Your increase per year is $186, $15.56 a month. And if you are fortunate enough to own a $350,000 home, your net taxable value is $116,000 a year. Your increase per year is $233 or $19.44 a month. So those are the numbers. We understand very clearly that this is hard to contemplate. I would like to remind everyone that APS has not asked for a tax increase since 2006. This will be 17 years later that we are asking for a tax increase. We have ridden out the recession, we have ridden out increased construction costs for a long time, and we have managed the funds efficiently, and we have done things that are good for kids. We have built nice schools. They are attractive. They have windows. They bring natural light. They're safe. The HVAC works, usually. We do a good job. It was not lightly that we placed this in front of you to consider to put before the taxpayers. But as a school leader, as a person who's spent the last 28 years working in education, I do not know how I come to you and say to you, this is what we need, but we're not going to ask for it. We will run a campaign to try to convince the taxpayers to vote for this election. People will vote against it because it is a tax increase, and that is their right as a voter. I respect people who came and shared their opinion tonight. I'm glad they did. I hope they'll continue to share that with me. I hope they'll listen to us with an open mind. We know there are people who are willing to do this, and there are people who are not. But that's why I think it's important that it not be a small group of people making the decision, but that it's the taxpayers that have the right to make a decision how they want to support their public schools. And I believe with that, we are open for questions.
Thank you, Scott. We eventually will need to take a vote on this in terms of the general idea of what projects we're going to support in terms of the actual election itself. But I'm going to open it up first for discussion and questions that you may have. So I'm going to start with Board Member Miller-Aragon.
So I'm not a tax increase kind of person, so, and I'm trying to be open-minded. If we don't, Scott, if we don't increase the mill, we would have received $800 and some million, correct? Is that about right?
Not exactly.
Okay, what would it be then?
We've already collected on a large chunk of that. Tammy, do you know exactly?
So, Dr. Piercy, Ms. Aragon, of the $810 million that you see there, $100 million has been authorized in the last election, and about $400 million of House Bill 33. We would have to reauthorize another $202 million of Senate Bill 9, which has expired after 6 years. So basically, right now, as we speak, we have authority of about $575 million, of which we've only collected 3 years of a 6-year period.
That's right. So there are, assuming you accept the recommendation, then the next step in this process is to hand you the resolution, and there are 3 questions. Each question deals with a different component of the revenue: the Senate bill, the House bill, and the GO bonds. So the Senate bill, again, we've got these events staggered, and Senate bill has run its 6-year course, so we can't collect anything off that anymore unless we reauthorize that in the next election.
So then, if we don't increase everybody's property owners' taxes, then what projects would have to wait?
That would be...
Like when you're looking at your priority, you know, you have your top 11, I think, and then you have...
Well, the top 11 are not prioritized as above the ongoing construction projects. We would have to step back with our capital master planning committee and figure out which projects wouldn't get done. It's possible that, for example, one of the schools that have not started may be in a situation where we need to prioritize it over one that's already begun. So if we built Jackson a new cafeteria, and I shouldn't say schools because it's going to go, a school we've done something at, and we say, well, we're going to come back and do more. We may not come back and do more for another 6 years because we have to do something at one of the newer projects. It's a higher priority at this point.
So then when we're looking at the tax that is imposed, and it's imposed for the next 6 years, from 2019 to 2024 or something like that, correct?
That is correct.
So then in 2024, it expires. So will that mill, those 2 mills, then go away?
It would depend on what we decided to do in 2024.
Likely not, because likely what happens is they just continue, for the most part, that's what history has shown, they just continue them.
That would probably be historically true, yes. It would depend on the economy and what's going on with construction costs. If you want to bet that the construction costs are going to go down, then maybe the mills go away. That's not the pattern at the moment.
Right.
So also in 2024, the board would have to pass a resolution for a new tax authorization. And it's the prerogative of the board, and the taxpayers would then have to ratify that new rate of taxation. So nothing's automatic. Every time a tax expires, we have to take it back to the taxpayer to approve or disapprove.
Right. So it's like, I'm just thinking about, I talked to like dozens of people, probably like 70 or 80 people this weekend, to ask them what they thought, and kind of went over how I understood everything that was explained to me. And what I was told is, like, you're looking at tax hikes, and they're built over time, and they're built over time, and I was told, need to be sensitive to that reality. So we're not just talking about, we're talking about city taxes. We just got a city tax. We had got a county tax increase for our property taxes a couple of years ago. And so we're saying we haven't asked for a tax increase for a while, but we have to think about other entities that have. So we are not just an island unto ourselves. We have to look at everybody else who's asking and has their hands out to taxpayers. I was talking to somebody who makes $749 on Social Security, and their taxes for their home with this was going to end up being $219. So when you're taking that away from somebody who's making so little, and we say, oh, whatever, that's just a trip to Starbucks or a trip to McDonald's, a trip to wherever. Well, a lot of those people don't make those trips there when you're living on that kind of income. So they were telling me they were telling me how much they paid on utilities, how much they paid on food. They don't have anything left. And that's not just a few people that live in our city. It's a lot of people that are on those kind of incomes. I was looking at a property at UNM, near UNM, that back 10 years ago was valued at $159,000, and they told me in over 10 years, their property tax bill had increased 39%. That's a lot of money. For us just to think that it isn't, and we're just saying, well, we're employing people, the taxpayers are the ones that are the employees. They're the ones that are paying for it all. So we need to not forget that that's who's paying all these bills. And I just have a hard time just because I did not talk to a single person. Every single person that I spoke to said they were all for education, but they don't understand why we don't close schools that have hardly any children in them, why we don't use those schools for charter schools, why we don't do better with the buildings that we have, and why we keep buying more when they see our student enrollment going down. So they just don't understand it. But they are all for kids. They are all for kids and want the best for them, and not a single person told me that they weren't. But they also have to think about what they can put out, and I think that we need to be a little sensitive to that.
Thank you. Board Member Peterson.
Just out of curiosity, and this isn't directly related to this, I'm just curious. I was looking at the results for the bond issues in the election, and all of them overwhelmingly passed, both the state and the county bond issues, and none of those included an increase, right? It was just a continuation of the rate. Do you know?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. So assessment values might change, but not the actual rate.
Right, and that was mentioned by one of the speakers earlier. I mean, the county assessor, they do assess home values, and that does change the amount of tax you pay, but that's not because someone imposed a new tax. It was just the value of your house changed, and that's something I don't really have any, or any of us have any control over.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think without a doubt there's consideration that we've got to figure out how to help way too many low-income people in this city. But at the same time, I mean, we're a community, and I am uncomfortable always thinking of taxpayers because we're a community. We have an obligation to students, to children, to families, and we're citizens in the broadest sense. I don't care about documents. I don't care about, where you were born or where you came from, but in the broadest sense of the word, we're citizens of this community, and we have a responsibility for it. I mean, to me personally, I think there is compelling evidence to support an increase, but we're not doing it. We don't have that power. We put it out to the voters. We put it out to people who are going to go and make that decision, and we'll make a compelling argument for what's necessary, and people who oppose it will make a compelling argument for why they oppose it. But I think it's a reasonable thing to do, and just the more transparent we are about what's needed and why and what it's going to go for, just like in everything else that we do as a school district, we need to be transparent and open and accessible.
Well, and I would, to that end, point out that these documents are currently posted on the Board of Education's webpage under tonight's agenda. If people want to look at the actual projects and their costs, they can go to the aps.edu, look under board, and look under past meeting archives for tonight's meeting, and they can find these documents and look at the actual list of projects and their cost.
So thank you.
Board Member Garcia, anything?
It was very helpful. I think I just have a couple of questions. In terms of the projects that you've projected, how many of those schools are Title I schools?
Almost all of them.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Most.
7, I would say the new ones on the 11, I'm going to say, by Title I, you mean more than 50%, probably. I'm going to estimate 8.
8 out of 11.
But, you know, what we're seeing across the city is increased numbers of free reduced lunch population growing everywhere. It's just the new reality. So I may be wrong. They may be higher.
Right. So I want to say I appreciate the comments this evening. Someone who's on a fixed income, I know I am. And I can tell you I was not happy looking at my tax bill. But I can tell you also that how are we going to move forward if we don't invest in public education? This district has been under attack ever since I've been on the board. Teachers have been under attack, labeled as failing teachers. And it's very difficult to try to do what I think our function is as a board when we operate under those kinds of conditions. Rumors fly. Seems like they're very easily remembered as opposed to facts. When we began to look at our situation as the recession hit, I asked the question, how much of the building are we doing in Albuquerque? And was told we don't know. So when it was looked into, we found out that we were doing 75 to 80% of the building in Albuquerque. That's a lot of jobs. That's a number of contractors who were supported. And yet we struggle. My sense is that we have to, as a board, our obligation is to try to create the conditions so that good education can take place. And it includes facilities, it includes technology. We have to get past the digital divide that exists out there. People are in need of housing. And it's a very difficult situation that we're facing. But I think, as Board Member Peterson said, we have to invest in public education. Thank you.
Board Member Montoya Cordova.
You know, the folks that I have talked to, you know, there's been a couple of responses, right? I mean, they're definitely worried about their money, their income. But I've also spoken to families that where, especially in my community, where a significant change in a campus made a huge difference in morale. So I've seen Rio Grande High School, just the morale change because of the new facility and what it's done for just that community as a whole, and feeling that they are, you know, worthy of like something that's so grandiose, because it is a beautiful facility and all of the facilities have definitely improved tenfold. And it's made a significant difference for those students in terms of what they see and how they feel about themselves, and also how they feel about their schools. And it's made an improvement for the community because it's also created a lot of value for the way that we look at our community. In the South Valley, that's really important. So you have great schools like we have with George I. Sanchez and Atrisco Heritage, and the feeling in the community is that those are they're first-class learning facilities. And so it really has created a sense of ownership in the community and a sense of pride. And so I'm grateful for those kinds of pieces, because I think it's really, it's changed perception in our community a whole lot. And, you know, the need to, you know, with just seeing Harrison on that list, I think the building that currently exists at Harrison was the school that was there when I was going to middle school at Ernie Pyle. It was the same school. So, and so it's important, and place matters, you know, where people are living and what they're experiencing. And as a school board member, I know that part of my responsibility is also to listen to what ails my community and what they're feeling. And I'm hearing a lot about our facilities. I'm hearing a lot about the air conditioner doesn't work, the roof is leaking in one section, our water quality is not good in some section. We're having problems with, drainage or sewage. And, so you listen to those kinds of things and you see the impact that it's having on our families and how they feel about school and how they feel about our willingness to address, where they are. I'm also cognizant of the fact that the costs have gone up. I mean, we've seen that just in the cost of construction for new housing starts to houses are, it costs a lot more to build a house. My house probably was built at a much cheaper price, but I know if the same house was built out again today, it would cost a whole lot more, and we wouldn't have as much house as I have now. And so the reality is that those things have changed. I also appreciate the fact that APS is the major employer in the city, not only for the district, but also for people around the city. Our system supports, it's like a cog. We're part of that citizenry of this community. The school district is such an important part of the cog of how things happen and what needs to go on. So I agree, I'm grateful it's not our decision. I'm grateful it's something that we just put out to our communities, and through a democracy we get to have them weigh in and say yay or nay. I know on my side I'll be supporting my families that are concerned about the facilities, and I'm just grateful for having the conversation. It was a hard pill to swallow. It was difficult, but I understand, and I hope that we can have an opportunity to clarify some of the concerns that were raised tonight about what happens, because I raised those concerns, and it was through the conversations with Scott and with Casito that really helped also educate me, because I needed to be educated on it as well. And so thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll just see what happens moving forward.
Board Member Patterson.
Thank you so much, Scott, for taking the time to explain to our community as well, for those who were here who had a number of questions, or there was a lot of misinformation. I'm happy to see that you were able to clarify that. One of the things I want to share is that, as a community member and also as a parent, I was a part of the capital master plan out in our community for many years, and have always supported, there's an echo here. I have always supported, our students, and actually, it's not necessarily APS, but it's actually our students. It's actually an investment in our community and in our students as well, that we do this. I think when you look at some of our schools, and I know what those needs are, having been a member of that committee, and for those who are here today, I want to thank you for the time that you take to be a part of that in our district. And, we know what those needs are out in our community. We know what it looks like and what our schools really need. And it's an environment that we need to make better for our students. It's a space for our teachers, it's a space for our students, as well as our community. And so I think this in and of itself is really an investment that we're making. And ultimately, the taxpayers make that decision. And I want to tell you, as a taxpayer, my husband and I are on fixed income, and I don't mind making this investment on our children. Thank you.
Board Member Armijo.
Thank you. It is a complex system to understand, so we really appreciate the presentation that you gave tonight. The only question I have, outside of everything that's already been asked, is why hasn't there been an introduction of an increase in the last 17 years?
Well, 12 years.
Oh, 12 years.
But basically, we've been able to manage the funds in a way that we could meet the needs. There were times probably that projects weren't done, And that there was a reset during that time, and a lot of the older or more veteran principals remember this, where we had a list of projects that were to be done, and they just disappeared. They just couldn't be done because there just wasn't enough money, and the capital master plan had to be reset. Did you want to speak to that, Tammy? Or
No.
She was twitching, I was pretty sure, but no. So that's why we've gone back and had to reset. We're just getting to a point with some of these older buildings that the reset would have some pretty dramatic impacts at this time.
So one more thing to add, Board Member Amijo, is that projects deferred have a cost. So you can only defer your priorities for so long. And so if you defer your projects for a certain period of time, there's an escalation of maintenance costs. There's a de-escalation of the quality of educational environment, and we are reaching a tipping point. So making a choice, and this is something the boards and the boards before have been very cognizant about. They've been cognizant about the fact that there's 9 other entities in our district that also tax our taxpayers. We're not the only one. I think we're about 20% of the tax burden of the typical homeowner. But we're reaching a point that if we don't do something, and this is the same point we reached at in 2006, where you'll have the maintenance catch up to the point where you will reach a point where you have to make another huge investment, where in between 2006 and 2010, we ended up building 11 new schools because we had to build 11 new schools. And that's because 10 to 15 years previously, the board had decided, because they didn't want to go in and raise taxes, they built modular schools. And they said maybe in 6 years, because the modular schools were supposed to last about 8 years. In 6 years, they said maybe we'll come back and relook at this. Well, 15 years later, all those modular schools were having the floors drop out. Mm-hmm. They were having HVAC systems that don't work. You all know that our utility bill is $50,000 a day, 365 days a year, about $18 million. This all is related to the kind of buildings you have. So that's one of the reasons we didn't do anything.
Do you think those 9 other entities take APS into consideration before they impose a tax?
I'm not subject to the decision-making process, but I'm sure they go into a lot of analysis and consideration.
Yeah.
If I may say something, and I'm happy you asked that question about the 12 years, and I think that really speaks volumes about how seriously we as a district take this sort of thing. And yes, it has been 12 years, and I'm proud to say that it's been 12 years. Mm-hmm. We've held back as much as we can. We've worked miracles in many, many instances, and spent sleepless nights. We just can't anymore. Our kids' safety, that's the one thing. Yes, we want good, safe, clean buildings for our students, absolutely. But when you're talking about the expense of trying to keep our kids as safe as they can be, they're our children. And so, yes, it's been 12 years, but we just can't do this any longer, not for our kids. And so that's why we find ourselves sitting here in front of you and expressing our concerns and our recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the information, Scott. You know, the one thing I hope, again, is that I know there are going to be people that want to vote no because it's a tax increase, and that's okay. But what I hope is that people don't distribute incorrect information. One of the things that we want to do is to be as transparent as we can about what it is. I want to make sure that people give the right information. If you want to vote no because of that, that's okay. but don't give the wrong information. Don't give that wrong information because you want people to vote no. If you want to give the right information, and that's okay. So don't tell me it's going to be, $500 increase when it's really only going to be $146, okay? That's all. $146 may be too much, and that's okay. So all I ask is that we have collaboration. And I appreciate greatly the ones who came and says, hey, I'm here to kind of help. I want to collaborate on this. I want to know what other ways we can do things, or how can we make this improvement. That's the right attitude. That's the right attitude, okay? Because we don't have all the answers, but I guarantee you this capital master plan and the process that they go through is one of the best in the nation. It's been recognized as one of the best in the nation, guys. They go through the prioritization aspect and review with all of our schools every single year. We probably have $2.3 billion, or somewhere in that neighborhood, of real need. $5 billion. I'm sorry, it's gone up. Inflation. $5 billion of real need, and we're only able to say this is the amount that we think we can probably, make reasonable for our constituents. So we have to keep working on that every year prioritizing, reprioritizing, looking at the population growth. What's population changes? So that maybe we have to have different schools, like the West Side had a large population growth. We had to have more schools over there. Actually, there are 14 new schools since I have actually been on the board since 2009. Maybe there are 11 on the West Side, because I think we have a couple on the East Side. So, again, I just ask that we be critical about it, think about it, but don't put out false information. Don't put out false information. We're going to try to be as honest as we can about the projects we're doing and about what it costs and those kinds of things. So that's what I'm asking in terms of the ideas. I'll give you some thoughts. We do have a tax increase in the sense of the amount of taxes we pay because of the valuation goes up. I treat that as an investment. My house is an investment, guys. I now have 57% more since I moved into my house in 2002. 16 years, I have a 57% increase in my valuation, and there's the assets, my house. So when I sell that house, I'm going to be real happy about it. See? So I've been paying more taxes, yes. I've doubled my taxes since 2002. But I'm going to get a lot more money when I sell that house because it's gone up in value. So I treat it as an asset. Okay, I treat it as an asset. And because I'm having assets that are improving, I got to pay something on it, right? That's kind of part of the deal. So I understand that about people who are on fixed income. I'm on a fixed income, actually, to tell you the truth. It's not minor income. I know that. And I know that some people don't have anywhere near as much fixed income as I do. And I appreciate that. So I wish there were ways that we could have a less regressive kind of tax. In other words, kind of the same percentage all the way up and down the line. It'd be nicer if it was a little bit different kind of a tax kind of a thing. I'd be more willing to pay more taxes. I can do that. I'm more willing to do that, okay? So you just asked me, and I do pay more on my income tax because that is one of those kind of things. But the point is a lot of things that these board members have meant. This is a community. This is an investment in our kids. This is an investment in what we do and the future of what we're going to have here. And if you listen to what Mimi Stewart said in terms of what we're trying to do here, we're trying to make this a whole lot better here in New Mexico. New Mexico's got great culture. New Mexico's got great opportunities here to do great things. And our kids are very good kids. Let me tell you something. I had somebody say, there probably aren't 10 kids who could tell you something about the college stuff. And I says, that's incredibly wrong. That's incredibly wrong. We have great kids. But we have to really provide facilities for those kids, and hopefully through the legislature, we got to be careful, because this is, the $1.2 billion owned by $7 billion or $2 billion, there's a bunch of numbers out there. That's not reoccurring money, guys. Next year, the oil companies could go bust, and it could be, you know, minus 2.7 billion. So I'm just telling you, that's not reoccurring money. We're talking about the ability to have a reoccurring set of funds that comes to us in a regular way that we can actually plan over 5, 10, 15 years to actually get our facilities upgraded and done for our school kids. So I think, again, those that think we're not efficient, we've got lots of projects in efficiency. We got the WEC community, consortium committee that works on the efficiencies of all of our utilities. How do we manage those? Water, electrical, power. We saved $2 million last year because of that committee. So we are working on efficiencies all the time. So I appreciate all the work done, and I hope that we can really be collaborative and with our community. I know that we are with some. You know, you heard from some of the folks that are collaborative with us. But I want to be collaborative with all of our people. And even if we're not convincing you, that's okay, as long as you're collaborative with us and you don't put out bad information. That's all I ask, okay? All right. So we'll go on. We have a need to have a motion to approve our basic set of priorities. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
Okay. We will go on to this next item. If I can find my thing here. And this is the consideration for approval of a resolution and proclamation of the February 5th, 2019 Special School Board Mill Levy and General Obligation Bond mail-in ballot election. And the presenter on that is Scott Elder and Kazita Wijinda again. And also, if Art's here.
Yeah, Art's here, and President.
We've already clapped for you, Art. That's it.
You missed it.
I'll
We're gonna do it again.
Now you're on the hot seat.
Back and here,
Yeah.
move on.
You've had your accolades,
So,
and now it's the rest of our.
Back to work.
Back to work.
President Piercy, members of the board. So the second element of this is the resolution. You have the resolution in your packet. There are 3 elements to that resolution, and I'm going to allow Mr. Melendrez to run you through that quickly.
All right. Mr. President, members of the board, Superintendent, Scott has accurately described what's before you. There is an election proclamation and resolution. The election proclamation is the document by which the board, under New Mexico statutes, is able to put before the voters the questions about whether there will be a tax levy or a general obligation bond. So as a predicate, in order to have the election, the board, under New Mexico law, has to vote to call for the election. It's called a proclamation of the election. The second part of the document that's before you is a document that directs the county clerk, who will be carrying out this election, to implement the process for the election, the manner that it is to be held. Very quickly, it's already been said, this is an all-mail ballot election. Every voter, registered voter within the district, will receive 28 days before the election, which is January the 8th, a ballot addressed and mailed to their address. They will then have until February 5th to return that ballot in a self-addressed stamped envelope back to the county clerk. And in that ballot, there will be 3 questions. It will be broken into 3 separate questions. So one of the questions is going to ask the voters to vote for or against a public school capital improvements tax. Improvements is the legal language for maintenance of the facilities. That is sometimes in our language referred to as SB 9. It's the Senate Bill 9 that created this taxing ability. That tax has a maximum limit of $2 per thousand of assessed value that can be imposed. So in the question put to the voters, it will say, shall we impose a property tax of $2 for for each $1,000 of net taxable value over a 5-6 year period. The second question is the School Building Act.
Let me clarify real quick. That $2 is just an extension of what currently exists. I want to make sure that's clear.
Yes.
In each one of these questions.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct, Mr.
Thank you.
President. The second question is the School Building Act tax, sometimes referred to as House Bill 33, because it was House Bill number 33 that created this tax and gave the board the ability to ask the voters to impose it. That tax has a maximum amount of $10 per $1,000 of taxable value. So, historically in the Albuquerque Public Schools, there has been a tax rate of $3, $4, and it varies slightly over time. So the question that will be asked is, shall the voters impose a property tax? And here I want to be very clear, $4.83 per each 1,000 of net taxable value. And President Piercy, the tax rate heretofore has been $3.83.
Right, that's one.
This is a $1 increase in the residential property tax that will face residential voters. The second part is
so theoretically, that $1 then is a little different than when we're talking about home values. In other words, I want to be really clear about the idea when we give this thing and say we got a home value of $220,000. The question is, how much of a tax increase is it for that home value? Now, there's another part of the value too that's here that you'll deal with, but we need to be really, really clear about exactly which ones of these apply when we give examples. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? So just go ahead. I just want to.
And President Piercy,
and we'll probably talk about that.
It is my personal expectation and belief that there will be clear written information distributed and available
there will be.
to voters.
There will be. I'm sure of that. But
and then the second part is for non-residential property or commercial property, that tax rate will be $5.34. Last year it was $4.34, and so that is a $1 increase in commercial property. The final question is a general obligation bond question, and that question will ask the voters if they will authorize the school board to issue up to $200 million in general obligation bonds. Let me take a quick explanation of that. Albuquerque Public Schools will take over a 4-year period, this is the historical process, and issue $50 million of general obligation bonds in each of the 4 years until that $200 million is used up. Those will be the 3 questions that will be presented to the voters, and if you leaf through the material you have, you will see that we have given instructions to the county clerk, or you will be giving instructions to the county clerk. This is the form of ballot that is to be used so that the voters have a very clear example of vote yes, for, vote no, against each one of the questions. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
okay, let me make sure that the board understands. So we have basically this proclamation here that goes to the county clerk. And then we've also got kind of the actual ballot itself, but they go together, right?
Correct.
In other words, I mean, that's all just one action that we need to take. Okay, want to make sure of that.
And I neglected to say that the last page of the material you have lists each charter school in the district, whether they are state chartered or locally chartered. And they will participate in the House Bill 33 and the SB 9 levy.
Should it pass, they're looking at $107 million.
Right. Let me first ask the question before I open it up. We had a problem last time with a lawsuit, the Pidcock lawsuit, because he didn't like the language. Have we carefully looked at this so that we do not have that problem any longer in this ballot?
Mr. President, the answer is yes. We've scrutinized it, and we have laid out word for word what's in the statute, what is required, and we are explaining the net taxable value and that there will be a tax imposed.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that the board understands. That is my understanding, but it's nice to have that out in the open. Okay, I'm going to open it up for board comments. I'm just going to raise your hand. I'll call on you. Yes, Board Member Muller-Aragon.
So, Art, is there any way to, and I know I had asked Scott and Kazito this, that is there any way to add the verbiage that would say that your taxes will go up? Because it says that we will impose a property tax, but it doesn't say that your taxes will go up. So if it's not in there, then, I mean, could be construed as being deceptive by not having that in there. And I was just wondering if this is just statutory language and you can't add something like that.
Mr. President, Board Member Mueller-Aragon, I have thought about that, and I have contrasted it with the language in the statute, and we conclude that we should put the exact amount in the question, and trying to say it's this, but it's increased by this, we believe will create a problem because it's not exactly what the statute requires. My hope, my expectation is that there will be clear, transparent material presented to every voter so that they will know that there will be same $2 for the SB 9, there will be a $1 on residential and a $1 increase on non-residential, and that will be available to the voters, but not in the question. And we...
You don't think that verbiage would serve better in there and show that we are being more transparent?
I've thought about this a lot, Board Member, and I think at the risk, I think this is the best way to go, and the other risks confusion.
Well, I could disagree, right?
That's okay. I understand.
Other comments from the board?
Okay, I don't know if this is part of our discussion here. On page 37, okay, it's the translation, the language, translating this to Spanish. Section number 3. On page 37, am I ahead of myself here?
Page 5.
It's on page 5? Okay, on there it says that this,
Wait, let me see.
it's page 37. Yeah, it's 37.
I'm not looking at the right document.
Section 3?
Yes, Section 3, I have the Spanish translation.
Okay, but it says that, you know what it says underneath? It says minority language. Can we remove minority language and just leave it with other languages?
You'll have...
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Can you tell us where it says that?
Well, it's on section 3, because it reads back to me, and I believe it's in page 37, section 3, where there's the translation to Spanish. If we can find that. It's under the,
I will say this, that...
School,
I understand what you're saying, and I will check with our certified translator. In order for us to use the translation, we have to have someone that's certified, and I will present that question first thing in the morning to the certified translator, see if we can change or remove. But
is that in the English language?
Yes, it's in the English language.
No, I'm
it's
just
in
asking
the-
if it's in the same version.
Yeah, it is. It's
Okay.
just changing the verb. Instead of saying minority language, I would like to strike that and just say other languages, instead of using the word minority.
Yeah,
I
we're
don't think
having
there's any need to use
We'll
minority.
look for it.
All
and
right.
we'll check on that, because
it's-
right at the moment, we're not finding it.
Okay,
So,
I'm sorry,
we will-
but I did see it in here.
We'll read it again.
All right? Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
There are times when I wish I was a lawyer.
Oh, no, not most of the time.
Well,
So,
maybe not. 'Cause, I'm not sure we want to be a lawyer. So, no other questions?
I mean, I think, Dr. Piercy, you raised the thing that's on everyone's mind, which is how do we make sure that this is truly what it needs to be so there's no challenge? So we don't go through what we went through previously with challenges to the election.
Well, I personally think that there will be a challenge, just because there's a group that's organized to challenge us on everything we do.
Wherever it's highlighted.
I understand. But I think, again, due process, we do what we can do, and hopefully we have learned from our experience. And that's part of, I think, what Art is saying in terms of using exactly the language that's in the statute, because therefore we aren't using anything different. If we try to be good guy and do whatever, we get in trouble. So we'll just do it exactly the way that the statute says to word it.
Okay, I see it.
And I think that's the idea. Okay, anything?
We did find it. It's on page 12.
It's on page 12.
We just found it.
I'm sorry, it's page 12. I have it highlighted in here.
I have 35
Circled it
pages.
ourselves.
What did I miss?
Okay.
I'm really glad you found something to change. God dang it. I mean, what are we here for if we're not here to find something?
If the statute calls for that, we'll have to keep it, but if it does not, we will make the adjustment.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense. It's a condescending term.
I think that's a good idea.
Again, we can
All
agree
right.
with you, but
Right.
we'll make the
We'll check.
change. We'll check.
It's the lawyers in the House.
I'm glad to point to someone else tonight. Yes, it's the lawyers.
It's his fault.
Thank you. Okay, well, with that, let's take a roll call vote. I think it's nice to have a roll call vote, even though we probably could figure that out. Do I have a motion to approve the actual resolution?
So move.
A second? Okay, let's take a roll call vote on it.
No.
Yes.
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 Yes. And with that, we have a resolution. Okay, we have a last item here, well, two items here. We have a briefing on the Urban Board of Education, the CUBE Annual Conference, and Peggy and Candelaria are there for that. And there's a picture slideshow.
What?
All right.
Really?
Yeah, we get a movie.
Thanks to my husband, who actually put it together.
Very good.
He's the .5 board member.
He's the .5 board member.
Yes.
He gets paid .5 then.
Well, yeah, .5.
0.5 times 0, still 0, but it's okay.
.5 board member.
We should at least let him sit up here 0.5 of the time then.
Yeah.
Yeah, he put this.
Peggy left.
Looks great, right on.
No, but the board member Aragon was going to speak.
She left.
Oh, she did? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, you know what? I'll start.
I don't think so.
So board member Aragon left?
Yeah, she was a
I'm
little
not
bit late.
feeling good either.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you can. That's just a normal.
So is it okay with you if I
It's
just?
okay with you.
Okay, all right.
You
So-
have the floor.
All right. So Board Member Aragon and myself, we attended the conference, the CUBE conference, which is the Council of Urban boards of education in Las Vegas, Nevada, for 3 days in the middle of September. And as the District Equity and Inclusion District Committee meeting chair, my takeaway were these 4 things that I, these were my takeaways at this conference. So the first thing is a couple of speakers. One of the speakers is Bakari Sellers is actually one of the CNN contributors who it was one of the youngest legislators elected in South Carolina who unseated a 26-year veteran in the legislature. And he's also one of the 100 most influential young people across the country. And one of the discussions that he had, with one of the things that he talked about was, you see a lot of us people of color everywhere. And most recently you saw, we had President Barack Obama. But one of the things that he was concerned about is that although you see people of color everywhere, you don't, we still have institutional and systemic racism. It's pretty pervasive. And, he quoted some of one of his favorite authors, which was Pearl S. Buck, who was way ahead of her time, who wrote about racism and classism in China. And, he equated that to what's happening across our country. The other speaker was Dr. Brian Marks, who spoke about implicit biases, unconscious prejudices, and that we have that are inherent. It's according to our role in our community, what that means in our community. And he is known to have actually trained many of our law enforcement officers across the country, including some of our chiefs. And most recently in LA PD, where there was some concerns. He trained the entire staff. And he's also noted for having trained My Brother's Keeper, which was Barack Obama's initiative when he came into office. And one of the things that he talked about is, our role in our community is reaching out. What we need to do is reach out beyond our borders, and we don't do that enough. It's reaching, beyond our, not our level of comfort, making connections and partnerships with those who are different from us, because that's who we are as human beings. That's what we need to do as human beings. And the other thing I wanted to share with you, and that he was pretty impressive. He's actually a minister, a researcher, and a professor. You can imagine him in a classroom. And as a professor, he was really quite dynamic. The Richland, South Carolina is a district of about 23,000 students. They have what they call a program during the summer called Summer Soar. And it's amazing what they do. It's a program that runs 8 weeks during the summer, and it's K through adult. It's everybody in the school, the students, their families, go to camp or they go to summer school to either recover, do credit recovery, credit accessing, and it includes STEAM is what one of the programs that they have, which is STEAM is science, technology, engineering, art, and math. That's what they call STEAM. But it also includes summer school includes zoology, aerospace, coding, anything you can think of. And the families actually can go to camp together and do these summer programs. And they're actually funded by, there is a fee, 21st Century Grant. It's a 21st Century nonprofit that actually supports some of the education for these families. And there are about 50 sponsors who actually help the district educate their students, and about 20% of the students actually attend summer school, about 5,000. And so this district is pretty impressive. Their graduation rate is 78% at this point, and they've over the past 10 years have had to work up to that level. The other district that was quite impressive was Cleveland. Cleveland Metropolitan District, and that included the academic parent-teacher teams. The parents are actually heavily involved in the curriculum and the education of their children. They make decisions about what they want their students to learn. But you know, it also helps that there's legislation in Ohio that says that parents are mandated to participate in the education of their children. That's very helpful. And if these parents, you know, if these parents don't show up, what they do is they make home visits. They reach out to the parents and they go to the home and stuff. And so this was a really interesting concept. The other thing that I really loved about this district is that the children or the students actually prepare the invitations to any events at the school. The students are very involved in preparing the invitation to the parent. It's personalized, and I really like that. It's customized. And I just want to tell you that the district is head and shoulders above everybody there. Sorry to compare, but we need to. I think our safety, what we have in place so far, and the fact that we have a capital master plan, and you know, that we have taxing authority is really key. Many of the schools don't have that capacity. And I think for that reason, I think it was my privilege really to represent the district, and I thank you.
Thank you, Candy. That's a great report. I think these conferences are exceedingly important for us to hear from other districts, to hear from other schools, other board members, and educators, you know, because we get, and I think sometimes you realize that we actually have some really good things here. For example, we have an SEG. We have the ability to actually have a capital master plan and a regular taxation kind of process, right, that the voters vote on. A lot of districts don't have that capability. And so, you know, those are some really good things that come out of learning this, as well as, of course, things that we might like to do better. So, other comments from the board at all? Or, I mean, we've been kind of watching the slideshow here, and that's great to see a lot of the different information on that.
There were some screenshots on there. The other thing is, I did gather some of the presentations that were actually available online have been sent to all of you. So
Yes.
if you want to take a look at that.
Yes, we saw those. Thank you very much.
And I just think Summer SOAR is something that we may want to take a look at. I've been in touch with South Carolina about that in that particular district, and it's really interesting what they do in the community.
Any thoughts or questions from the rest of the board, or other than say thanks?
Yeah, thank you.
Really appreciate, you know.
I love the
Thanks,
pictures
Bill.
too. It's a great
Oh, do
idea.
you? You're welcome.
Great idea.
Our .5 board member down there doing his work.
No, he's not here.
Oh, Bill's not.
Wrong point five.
Wrong point.
Frank's
The
not.
other point five.
Yeah, well,
That's
where's
the
Frank?
wrong
Where's
man.
Frank did this? Frank did this?
Pardon me?
Frank did this.
Yes, he did. He did.
Ah.
He put it together.
Well, he should be here then.
But he's not.
No, because he knows he would have to sit up here. And,
Oh, okay. All right.
but I thank you for
Okay.
allowing me to represent the district.
Very good. Well, if there are no other kinds of things, we'll go on to the briefing on the Council of Great City Schools Annual Conference, and Yolanda and Barbara will give us some thoughts on that.
I'm being really cognizant of the time because we've got a parent in the audience and I don't want to go on and on, but I did spend time. It was awesome. It was a great conference. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to go and represent. I took advantage of attending every session possible on career technical ed. I wonder why. So I really did try to maximize my focus on that, because I think it's where my interest lies, and it also is just beneficial for me at work as well. So I thought it could be something I could figure out ways that it could strengthen the relationship between workforce and the school district. There was some important takeaways from those. The importance of offering credential options for high school students. One state has a goal of 60% of students earning at least one industry-recognized credential by 2030, which I thought was really cool, because there's studies that show that just even one credential attainment past high school increases earning potential by just upwards of $8,000 to $10,000 a year. So there were so schools succeeding at these options are also reviewing where credential attainment is occurring. It wasn't limited to community college campuses, but also available on their homeschool campuses, and especially looking at this for a way for equity for students that struggle with attendance or who may not be fully prepared to actually go to a college and be prepared for college work. So there were some integrated teaching options where it was a co-team approach where you have an adjunct professor who's coming in from a community college. And so it's a way to actually fully support students who may have difficulty with that. It was also interesting that there was one school that was actually requiring students to take at least one online course during their high school years. The importance in that is because that is the trajectory where post-secondary ed is going to. A lot of coursework is done online, so sort of developing that skill is important. There was a lot of importance on coordinators. This part was important to me. The importance of coordinators who work on campuses to support college and career readiness, specifically for business engagement and support during work-based learning activities. And I thought perhaps maybe this could be something that's built into our community school model approach for the high school level. Because it's really about needing to engage businesses in a different way and looking at that coordination work that needs to happen.
What was the career and what was the name of the coordinator?
It was a career and college readiness. I mean, they didn't have anything. Work-based learning coordinator was another one that I heard mentioned as well. I have some other notes, but I'm going to try to condense and go fast. One of the products that was developed and implemented in Long Beach, I think, is had a lot of components that is included in our next step plan, but what their execution of it is what was best. They actually had figured a way to execute that plan so that there was more communication, and it was a living document that was actually developed and used throughout the high school career. And what I loved about the sections that focused on using the guide to track technical education advances, including hours completed in work-based learning, career awareness, career exploration, preparation, and actual training. And it did include things like college choices, readiness, are you on track for this or that? And I do have the handout for that. It's like our next step plan, except that it's just executed better because of the way that they communicate it with the student. It's online, and it's a living document, and they actually are referencing it each year. And it's a way to actually mark progress for that student as they're going through high school. And then finally, one of the quotes from the session that resonated with me was, our public school system is set up for the outcomes we are receiving. And this quote was used from one of the schools to evaluate outcomes specifically for boys of color, noting the courage it required to look at processes that lead to true system change, and noting how the system might be flawed for children of color. So this program uses this mantra to elevate their activities, and that has led to significant changes specifically for African American boys. So I just thought it was just like taking that thought, it's like, the outcome we're getting is because of the way that we're set up, and just the courage to be able to look at that and say, this is truly the impact we're having. And then I just want to note that there were two keynote presentations that sort of brought something home for me. Mr. Khan's presentation reminded me of the significant sacrifice and fear families face when they are advocating for something that isn't popular, or when their voice is the only voice for change. Families engaging with us when they are angry isn't comfortable for us as a district, but more importantly, it's uncomfortable for them as well. Many are afraid, fearing they aren't prepared or equal to those they are confronting. And it's a reminder to us all that family engagement requires tremendous patience and willingness to be in the shoes of the families before us. And then last, Jill Biden reminded me of the importance of teaching not only as a profession but also as a calling. Her commitment to adult education was inspiring and reminded me to extend more gratitude. I'm going to get weepy because I'm tired. Extend more gratitude to our entire APS staff and community. Proving many do not choose the profession has chosen them. And thanks to all our staff that feel this call to service. You're valued.
Member Peterson.
Let's see. So Heather and I started out going to the pre-session, and it talked about districts work best when we get along with the superintendent, and the superintendent gets along with the board. And it had a few hints that, you know, there were some interesting things just about, you know, sort of the different components that need to be in place for change, for real change. And it's really starting out with the vision and then building consensus and then making sure that we have the skills to actually implement, that there are incentives that make people, I mean, they don't have to be, they can be tangible, they don't necessarily have to be, but there has to be something that gives you some positive feedback for the for what you're taking on, and then resources and an action plan. And then it devolved, we were both a little disgusted because then it devolved into a sales pitch for cybersecurity, and we thought, we already know that. But it was, it started out our series of days. In the afternoon, that first day, were the reports of the task forces, and it was really significant because the council had started really studying how do we serve males of color in particular. And at the board meeting, it was reminded that, you know, there are women, young women, and girls of color too that have a whole nother set. So we're not done in analyzing, but the really exciting thing, I mean, this was massive, but they have what's key, academic key performance indicators. And the thing that's significant about this is that, yeah, it includes test scores, but it's so much deeper than that. It looks at things like how many students are enrolled in AP classes. It looks at attendance across the board, graduation rates, what's happening to children, what's the access to preschool and how many students are in preschool. It is a huge document. And APS, by the way, is in good stead when it comes to the number of students that are enrolled in AP classes. There are some other places where it really points out that we have some work to do. But I urge people to go to the Council of Great City Schools website, because the amount of research that's gone into everything from the academic key performance indicators to things like best practices in procurement, one of our all-time, you know, favorite topics, and other performance indicators. There's a lot, and APS, by the way, is district number 14. So when you go to the website, you can go through and really look at where do we stand, what are we doing well, what do we really need to improve on. I'm always torn when I go to national things because I know what it's like to present, and it's always nice to have friendly faces. So I'm always torn between going to new things and going to the things that our folks are at. And this time I kind of opted for going to a lot of the things that our folks presented at. And they did us proud. They absolutely did us proud. And the way that the Council of Great City Schools sets up their conferences or their breakout sessions is really helpful because they don't have just one district presenting one thing. They'll take a topic and then put a panel together so that we, for instance, training day, Dr. Blakey and Dr. Gonzalez talked about instructional rounds and supporting school leadership, but then they weren't alone. There on the panel, there were people from Newark and, is that right? No, from Broward County. And so it was just a way of looking at, this is what we're doing, this is something else that's going on. This is not a drill with Casito and Scott talking about the security and safety things, but the thing about that was that Robert Runcie, who's the superintendent for Broward County Schools, was there, and so they talked horrifically about Parkland and what it was like, both living through it, but then having some thoughts really in place about what does a district need to do. How do you come together and support people, but also what do you need to have in place for communication? Because the most difficult thing immediately is how do you communicate with families? How do you get in touch? What systems do you have for taking care of the just incredible communication? And you have media pouring in and wanting information, and meanwhile, parents don't know where their children are, or what happens to the cellular network when you have so many people trying to use it. So there are things that districts can get in place, and so anyway, but Scott and Casito, I think, really and truly thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez and Dr. Blakey, for your presentation. And then our language and cultural equity folks gave the presentation on our bilingual seals. And the thing that's interesting about all of this is that it lets us kind of take stock of where we are. And for instance, one of the other sessions that I went to was on teacher residencies. And this was at both Newark and New York City and their association with colleges, with the New York City colleges. And, we're doing some good things. We really are. There are some districts that are farther ahead of us, like on the residencies and how well established they are. But then you look at dual language, like the New York City folks talking about dual language, and they were talking about how many students they lose between 3rd and 4th grade, kids that enter dual language in kindergarten and then drop out. And I thought, that's something that our district does really well, to support and encourage families, because there is a real drop-off. There's like this plunge. Families start talking to their aunts and cousins who are not in dual language. And 3rd, 4th grade is kind of a scary time for dual language. But I think within APS, we do a really good job of supporting families and explaining to them that it's worth sticking it out, that it's scary right now, but by the time your student gets to 5th grade, it's going to look different for how they're working within a dual language program. And I think we, as a district, do a really good job of that, of helping families feel supported at that kind of rocky spot and sticking with it and lasting through. So that was all helpful. To me, one of the most powerful, I guess you could say, little sessions was, have you ever been in a ballroom with 3 marching bands playing?
I know, it was loud.
It will wake you up in the morning.
Mine did that right now.
It was heart pounding and a whole lot of fun. And, oh, there's so much more. Really and truly, I just encourage people to go to the Great City Schools website because there's a whole lot of information about what's going on. But finally, the speaker that just grabbed me was Michelle Alexander, who's the author of The New Jim Crow, and talking about the incarceration of young men of color in particular. And she talked about her own personal journey of approaching this as an ACLU lawyer who, you know, they were trying to find the perfect case to start challenging, and then realized there was no perfect case because they could not find a young man of color who hadn't already been convicted of a felony because of the way the system is set up. So she was talking about how she had to back off and re-examine and think about what's the structural system that gets set up for our young people, and what for one class of people who look a certain way is boyish indiscretions, and what gets labeled as criminal for another group of young people. And how we have got to find ways of fighting against that. And that was really and truly her call to action. That some people end up in, the White House and the Supreme Court, and other people end up in prison. And it starts with what happens in our schools. So it's food for thought.
Thank you.
Dr. Piercy, may I just add one thing?
You may. You went there, too.
Yes.
I was going to ask if you had some things to add.
I was on the executive board, met with the executive board, and then the regular board. But one of the things that I wanted to share, aside from all the wonderful meetings and presentations, is that Great City Schools is moving forward, working very closely with Harvard Business School and Harvard School of Education on their leadership training for school boards. And it appears, it's certainly, because I did ask, did we get dibs since we were, the ones that were already, pretty far along as far. And it sounds like APS is on, the APS board is going to, they said we were first on the list. I don't know what that means. But so they'll be giving us information. It's a 4-day training, and it would be in July. And they'll give us the dates and things. It looks like they may be getting some funding by, from some corporation, in which case flights would not be covered, but room and board would be covered, and it would, I think the price is like $4,000, but they would pay for half. And so as I get more information, and I'm sure that we'll all hear it, I'll pass it on and fill you in more as far as where.
So we get to go to Boston?
Huh?
We get to go to Boston? We fly to Boston?
Yeah, they kidded me. First off, in the executive board, I kind of was very forward as far as saying that I think that we were very interested, and they said they knew from the trip to Alaska that definitely Albuquerque was interested. Yeah. And then when they met with the board, and I know that Barbara Peterson was there, and they said that I requested that they select by alphabetical order, in which case Albuquerque would be first. But in either case, I think to me that kind of was a very good positive feedback. So
that's good. That's something good for us to think about, guys, because I think that's a very interesting concept and also good program. Yeah, Barbara?
Just as you were talking, I looked back over my notes and just two quick things to add, mainly having to do with just staying in touch with them, what good resources they are. One is on immigration, what's happening locally, how they're gathering information and really trying to track what's really and truly happening with students and with families, and how is ICE carrying out its stuff in schools, and what, just watching and making sure that we use every legal route we can possibly use to protect families. And the other thing is with ESSA, right now it seems like there's kind of a lull in terms of there's not much conflict with the feds, with the Department of Ed at this point. And so that, but they're also trying to track that just to make sure that implementation of ESSA plans is being done in a way that's helpful to districts. And what I said was that so far, because our PED has been in alignment so closely with the education department, there hasn't been conflict. But with the new administration and some changes in the way our state may choose to implement ESSA plans, there may be increasing stress with the feds, and we just need to really, the council is an incredible resource. Yeah. And so we just need to keep working with them.
Okay, great. Any thoughts from the rest of the board members on this?
It's 9 o'clock. I mean, no.
It's time to go. We're meeting tomorrow.
That's a thought. I'm not sure it's on this, but.
Sorry.
I was going to try to time myself to make sure I didn't talk more than.
Let me add one thing. Relative to these reports, like the academic indicators, and there's also operational indicators, you can go on the website, log on. In fact, we need to remind the board members of log on information if that's important. But if you go to the website and you look, you can actually do some real visualizations in terms of Richard's concept of the different things. You can sort them, you can look at the indicators, you can look at all the questions, you can look at all those kinds of things for the different indicators. And just remember that we're 14, so you can look at all these different charts in that. And it's very interesting where we are in terms of things. And a lot of times it's a little behind because it's 2014 to 2016-17, so it's not the 17-18. And we've made a lot of progress in 17-18. But again, remember where we were back in 13, 14, 14, 15, right? And so there were some things there that were kind of an anomaly because of the fact of what happened in that time period. But we've got some really good things too that ain't going on. So it's good for the board to take a look at some of those things. I think it's a really interesting website. So that's part of it. Okay. We'll go on to board member comments, and it is 9 o'clock. Are there any board member comments?
I have a quick comment.
Okay. Board member Armijo.
And I think if public comment only has 2 minutes, I think board comment should only be 2 minutes. So, but I want to narrow it down.
Put a timer.
Okay, go. Ready?
Do it.
There's a lot I wanted to say, but I think I'm going to narrow it down. It's been a tough night. I mean, we're tired. Everyone else is tired. But the discussion around the resolution was tough. And having our taxpayers decide whether or not to invest in education in the community was tough. So I just appreciate everyone who called and emailed and was here tonight on both sides of that issue. So thank you again for that. The only thing I really wanted to ask tonight is we've had multiple presentations over the last year on various parent engagement programs. I mean, we see the different programs, we hear what their missions are and their vision, but is there a framework or a roadmap around the parent engagement and the parent voice? And perhaps we've seen it. I mean, we see a lot of presentations every night, but I mean, there's various presentations from various programs on how parents are being engaged, but is there a larger roadmap that we could see?
We can get that for you.
Is there one, or?
You've got it, so.
Okay, there is, okay. And have we've probably seen it, or?
No.
Maybe.
You probably have.
No.
Parts of it, okay. And I just think that would be a great opportunity to meet with our Bandelier parents and our other parents who have expressed that interest. And I know we've shared little pieces of things that we know about, but I'd love to kind of look at that framework and that roadmap and see how that voice and that engagement could be there. So that's my only comment tonight. Thanks.
If I may say that, they did mention in instructional council. There's a lot of questions about that, so we would need to bring that up again as far as the
Yes.
formal ways of how to put that.
Engaging.
Thank you.
We'll get that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Piercy?
Yes,
Real
Board Member
quick.
Patterson.
Less than 2 minutes. You know, I want to address, I want to ask about the New Mexico, the parent who was here with, or representative from New Mexico can, regarding the credit for foster care children, and I believe Dr. Muir probably, the partial credit. I believe Dr. Muir probably knows a little more about that. If we could get some information on that, that would be helpful. And then the other thing I know there was an email related to when we do public comment and when we respond to those in public forum. And I am concerned, and I agree with the parent, that you sit here for 4 hours. And I believe that, I know city councilors generally respond to those who come before them for public comment. There's absolutely no reason there's no reason we can't do that. I agree with you that I think we need to change the way that we do business here, and that we respond to you so that you have an opportunity to get home as well with your children. And that's what I just wanted to say, and thank you for being here.
Anybody else? Board Member Peterson?
Just really quickly, just want to say in support of NMCAN, the group that came out, I think it would be really important for our district to just look at a partnership with them. They are planning to develop some legislation that's going to address the concerns around foster youth. They're an organization that supports system-involved youth, and they do a really good job of advocating on behalf of that population. I know that APS has done some different things, but there still remains an issue surrounding like that movement for students that are going between schools. I know we've cut down on that, but it's still a concern, especially for our high school students. And I think the last thing we want to do is put more barriers up for these youth who already have a difficult time. There is a ton of research that demonstrates that the graduation rates for these young people is exponentially just lower. They have a lot of concerns and issues with that. So just highly recommend that you reach out to NMCAN and work with this organization. They're really strong legislatively.
Good. Board Member Garcia? Yeah.
Well, a couple of my questions were asked. I just want to add, for emphasis' sake, I brought this up before. These parents of children in special ed, I can't tell what's going on, frankly. But I heard their stories and their concerns, and I think we need to listen to them, and we need to find, if there is a place to find common ground, there should be a place there. If we've made mistakes, we should apologize and clean them up and move forward. But I don't think that it makes sense to either ignore them or write them off. And if I'm wrong, please share information with me. I've asked to meet with staff, and no one has called me. And my concern is this: every parent's issues are legitimate. As a board member, I'm here to represent my community, and they include people who often will say things that are either misinformed or are critical of me personally for what is going on or not going on. I take a lot of heat on a regular basis. I didn't anticipate that was one of the jobs that I had to do here, but it is. And I am not always the best representative for the board, but I do my best to try to get back to people and be direct and be honest. And I would ask that as a district, if we're going to hold our head up high, let's hold it up high and say, yes, we have these concerns as well. This is what we're doing, or no, we don't know what we're doing here. We have to be that transparent. We're doing the best we can, but we're not where we need to be. It's very difficult. I share the sentiments around public forum. I think that as a public forum, people are here asking for information and trying to see if we're just another one of those folks that is going to try to pull the wool over their eyes so we can get more money. You know, that's the attitude that people have. It's not our fault, it's not their fault, but it's the attitude that we have to deal with. And I would ask that we try to do our best to present ourselves with integrity, but always get back to people. So if someone brings a complaint up, I think there should be a staff person that automatically talks with that person right after they bring up their complaint, and we try to find a way to problem solve. I just don't see how we don't have that in place. And if it's just that we've overlooked it, okay, but let's find a way to get these things resolved so we don't make bigger problems for ourselves. There are people here who came this evening that are out to make bigger problems for us because that's what they do. They attack APS. Let's not pretend. And there's news media that colludes, and they've been colluding for the last few years, and it's not been a pleasant experience for you, and certainly isn't a pleasant experience for teachers. And hasn't been that pleasant for me. But I'm learning that that's what they do. So I hope and pray that we can move forward. I wanted to say that I got a chance to go to Los Padillas, to the Genius Hour, and walk through a number of different classrooms and get presentations from kindergartners all the way up to 5th graders, and it was incredible. What they're doing at that school is amazing. I got a chance to go to the school choice fair, and that was amazing. I got to talk with staff and laugh and just enjoy the moments. And to some young people, from Ernie Pyle, I won't forget, I thought someone had hurt herself, but she actually had some kind of Halloween decoration on her arm. I forgot, that's what young people do. You know, we have a great district. I don't think we're a good district. I think we have a great district. But I also think that there's always room for improvement. Let's just do it happily, maybe sing while we do it, but let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Peterson.
So one quick sales pitch. Hawthorne School is going to be at Barnes & Noble this Saturday. They're going to be signing cards for veterans, thank you notes for veterans, but a portion of Barnes & Noble's revenue that day will go to Hawthorne. And so I've got some flyers, and that's fun. You know, I think it all comes down to democracy. And we've been in this powder keg over the last few years of staffs being so stressed, everyone in this building being so stressed, teachers and administrators being so stressed, that it's real easy to just not listen to each other and to start putting up barriers. And I think the community school councils are one model of how do we make schools a more democratic place? How do we open up an opportunity for real, authentic discussion and conversation and concerns? And it's, I mean, I think what we do doesn't come from a bad place at all. I think it comes from a real driving desire to make this district work the best way it possibly can. And so we all, I think, grab onto something and plow ahead. And that's sort of the model that we've been driven to use. And maybe we can kind of step back and just take a breath, because I think every single one of the parents who came in here today have real concerns, but also a real care for the community. And I was at Whittier yesterday or the day before, and time has no meaning. But I heard a term that I really loved, because we talk about, you know, angry parents or you know, when this they were described as fierce parents. And it's such a nice way to think of it. I mean, it's such a helpful way to think of fierce parents. I mean, what does that mean? It just means that they love their child and they want to make it work. And I think we can be fierce teachers and fierce administrators too, in the best sense of how, but just kind of shifting that framework. And we get caught up, and this is really true, I think, with the special ed issues that come up. there's so much legality, there's so much litigious thought, there's so much just, it makes it really hard. But if we can just kind of take a breath and try to listen to where that core, where's that bottom line core, and try to hold on to that, maybe we can do better. One thing too about the council that I forgot was the student panel.
I thought for sure you were going to mention it. That's why I didn't say a word about it.
Well, I was waiting for you to say it. And
I actually listened to it.
For those of us who went, we walked out going, that was the best thing of the whole conference.
Mm-hmm.
These incredible, articulate people, young people. A student from Marjorie, I can never, Stillman, a student from Baltimore, a couple of students from Des Moines. They were from all over. So one of them, her driving motivation was the environment. Another was just protection of immigrant students and what's happening to our DACA, to DACA recipients and immigrant families. They all came with this burning passion, but one thing really stood out too was that almost every single one of them had a formal way of relating to the board. Almost every single one of these students came from districts that had figured out a formality. And I think that the Super SAC is really wonderful. I think, the conversation that I see going on there is great. And VIA is another model, but just about every single one of these students had a way of relating to the board as a student representative. And it's something that I wish we could kind of pursue, because our meetings aren't long enough. We could shoot for 5 hours.
Shut your mouth. No, let's go.
That's all I've got. But the intent behind it is sincere.
Thanks. Just a couple things. I did attend the Temple of Albert Shabbat service on November 2nd. It was wonderful. There were a lot of collaborative communities that were there. I thought it was an example of how you can take and put aside your differences and have some commonality. Also, I have a presentation at the next NMSBA meeting that was accepted. Samantha Adams and I are going to do a presentation on district equity and what is the board's role. So you can come and criticize. But I will have a draft of it for you all to criticize before then.
Okay.
So that you can tell me
Certainly.
where I've missed the point. And it's fine. I'll take all of it. It's going to be on this Saturday, December 8th at 9:45, 10:45. So tomorrow we have a work session.
Yes.
4 to 7. So be bright and shiny. And again, this LESC meeting in November 14th, 16th in Santa Fe is very, very useful, very important. And Linda Darling is on at 9 at, let's see, 9 o'clock, I think.
When?
9 o'clock on Thursday the 15th.
Thursday.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. And then she's going to come back in the afternoon and talk about, at 2:45 and talk about teacher evaluation. So those are the two periods. I can probably get to the 9 o'clock one, but I probably can't get to the 2:45 because I think I have a African-American kind of a student summit there. But I think all of that, in fact, you could look at all the different things they've got, and there's just tremendous number of things that are useful. I'd love to be there for the whole thing, but so if anybody can get up, I think that's a great opportunity for us to see some of those things. And again, I think we've covered the comments from the audience. Thank you very much. Appreciate again the passion that you have, and particularly our parent here who's fallen asleep, hopefully.
Thank you.
I know, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I suppose there are ways for us to think about, you know, if we go public forum and we say, okay, we're going to put a 2-minute limit on each one of us, and that's it. We have a dinger, and when you're done, you're done. So if you have a comment,
Second.
so if you have a comment to make or something to do, but you can't go on, you know, because we're already at 9:20, and so I think again that may be a way to do it. You know, to say, hey, if there's something we see that we think is kind of important, to say follow up or whatever, we could do that in a quick thing after all the public forum is done, and say we're going to take 2 minutes. That's all we got, because that's all we gave you guys. And you know, that's not a real what I call a dialogue, is it? You know, but at least gives you a little bit of an idea of the response immediately, so that you know that you can have that you could have something before you and leave. You know, although most have left. You know.
It needs to be done early in the
We'd
meeting.
even agree to having the countdown clock. It would
Yes.
probably be a necessity.
Well, it's there. We could put it right up on the thing, and when it's done, I'll cut it off.
We'll get
I
your
think it's
gavel
more
back.
than that, though, because we can.
Yeah, I fit my gavel. What?
It's more than that, because we conduct a lot of business. And it's not so much that the boards are loquacious or anything. I think we do a lot of business, and they have to sit here and wait, and that's what we did today.
We understand that. We understand that. I understand that.
And I'm concerned about them having to stay so long.
I understand that. Although I think, again, our last 2 meetings are anomalous to what we normally have. Normally, it's a couple hours, maybe 2.5, but it's not 4. So maybe part of the control of our agenda would limit how much we have. But I like the discussions, and I like the things we had. We had things we had to get done tonight. And so we did get that done, and I think that was important. And so I think also responding to the you know, I don't know that we would have had enough time in 2 minutes to respond to the kind of people that we had tonight who had some concerns. So, you know, I think, again, this isn't exactly the right forum to have a real dialogue on what we're doing. You know, so I try to emphasize that again, you know, is that this isn't really quite the right forum, but it is important to get some immediate feedback. I think what Board Member Garcia said in terms of, you know, when somebody has a question, let's get some immediate feedback. That's really a quality a metric, by the way, as I've been told in my quality background for a long time. That is, you get back immediately to the people, and you let them know what the time frame is. It's not that you have an answer immediately, but you have a response immediately and say, here is what the time frame is, and when you will, in fact, have a response, or what we need to do to proceed. And that is a quality thing. And we are a service organization, so to some extent, we need to look at those quality things. So, if we think that it'll help to put a 2-minute shot just to see if we've got something that the public would like to get an immediate thing back, or maybe just please contact Scott, because Scott's got all the answers, you know, or please contact the superintendent, you know, and we'll make sure you get together, or something like that. Sometimes that helps, because sometimes they don't know what's going to happen, or there's going to be follow-up, and then they leave and they don't know what the follow-up is. But we do need to keep it in a reasonable amount of time, because again, it's not the place to have a big, long discussion. That's a different mechanism. That's a different mechanism. That's not what this meeting is about. This meeting is basically about doing board business. And so the public forum even is an option in the sense of having a public forum. So there's a different mechanism that we need to have to say we have a broader discussion where we can go back and forth, talk about issues, that kind of a thing. And we got to be careful with that, because if our staff needs to be there, they're here tonight. Look how long they're here. They have stuff to do, you know. So it's not like we can take all their time just because we think it's a great idea. So we've got to be a little careful with our staff.
I know, watching this group of people, lots of times if there is a particular concern with the parent,
they will
someone from over here will get up and go out and really
and they do that
address
pretty regularly. So that's the reason I haven't necessarily pursued having us say something, because in reality our staff hears it. If our staff hears it, they go and they talk to the individual almost every time that's something they can do with it. So it gets done, but if we would feel better about it, okay, I think we may be able to do that. But we'll talk, and we'll see if it's a regional thing. If we take 2 minutes for 7 people, that's no more than 14 minutes. So now we're at 9:45.
Do I get to call them?
I don't think I need 2 minutes. I think I would prefer that we
You
just
get to
had a...
ding us?
Can I speak? I don't think I need 2 minutes. I would like to be able to have a setup so that there is a feedback loop. That's all.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're saying. In other words, the idea is to say, let's make sure that people who need a feedback have an immediate response to that.
Right.
And so that they do that. Even though I think a lot of times our staff does get up and they do that, that's kind of on their initiative as opposed to making it formal. So I think that's good. Okay, great. Well, thank you, guys. The next Board of Education meeting will be Wednesday, December 5th, 5 o'clock here, and the next special education meeting will be Tuesday, November 20th, 7:30, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah. You better let me take you? I'll take you.
No, I can call Frank and have him.
No, I'll pick you up at the...